So I will welcome everybody. Thank you for coming here and a little early and enjoying all of the carbs. And I will just basically turn things right over to Susan just to kind of let's get going, and I'll let you lead the conversation.
All right, thank you. Well, also welcome everyone. I'm glad that we're at this point of outreach and consultation to hear from you. I know for some of the staff, it seemed like when I was on the phone with you, you were like, well, I haven't seen you in a while. So I hope, I appreciate that you provided me some feedback, and it sounds like generally you're satisfied with the output, with the draft charter. There are some issues that we need to discuss. There are some issues that just need some minor tweaks, some conversation that has to be had. As I said in my email to everybody last night, sorry for getting into that late, but I finished the calls late Friday. So one of the things, there were some general suggestions for us to just keep in mind as we go through the document. One is that we did use the term executive director as the stand-in for the administrative agency. And so there'll be places where we want to put staff and leadership roles into the document. There are sections where some of the feedback was maybe we want to use refer to a standard operating procedure or policy rather than put the detail in the charter. So we'll be looking at that question. I want to remind everybody that the charter will undergo a full legal review. Obviously, that couldn't happen in the short time between when we gave the staff the charter. But we'll have to figure out when that will be. We can talk more about this later, but from everyone I spoke with, there is a sense that the department heads should have a chance to also provide feedback before it's finalized. And I had some initial conversations with people about how that might happen. And we'll talk about that more later, but I just want to let the leadership know you had different ideas about how that should happen. It doesn't have to be the same for everyone, so we'll make it work for your teams. And then finally, there was a sense that there needs to be some kind of transition for implementation so that there isn't just like, okay, here's the charter, now everyone's living under it, but there will be some mistakes made and some thoughts to share about that implementation. Let's see, so today what we're trying to do is just continue to get insights from the leadership team. What you have with you is a version of the charter that has synthesized feedback that I got from the phone calls. It's not everything. It's just a way to focus our conversation and get us started. So I don't want anyone to think that there's no other conversation to be had or to feel like you can't raise other issues. There are, I think, 5 priority issues that I think it's really important that we be sure to have time to discuss. I think everyone, all the commissioners and Sean will let you know that I have no idea how long an issue is going to take us to get through. I've made many charts with times and they've always been wrong, so I'm not going to try. But I do want us to at least get through those 5 issues, and we'll kind of run us a little quickly if I feel like we don't have time to do those. When we finish the 5, then we'll go back and pick up the other ones. That said, I think that's everything from me. I did want to start by just giving people from the leadership team, the direct reports, a chance to just say a little bit of their general response or reactions to the charter. So I'm going to open that up. Cedric, can I start with you?
Sure. One of the things I shared with Susan is that I thought it was a very balanced document and approach. I do think there are some aspects that I would like to explore further just to make sure I have clarity, my team would have clarity, my peers would have clarity, and commissioners have clarity about what this looks like in actual execution. I think there's been some challenges, to be frank, between commissioner staff interactions based on a lack of clarity in certain spaces. And I just want to make sure this is as tight as it can be so that we can move forward in the most effective way possible. So that's really my primary feedback.
Thank you. Christy?
Thank you, Susan, and good morning, everybody. So I thought, like Cedric, I thought that the document touched on some essential areas where we historically just had some questions about how people should be interacting with each other, especially where the statute is silent. I think one of the things that Susan commented to me is that part of the benefit of this process has been an opportunity for commissioners to talk about their roles and the executive director's role and the relationship between those two things. I do wonder if at some point in the process, it would be helpful for leadership to talk about how we see our roles. Because I do think that we all come with different backgrounds and experiences and training. And there's not always complete clarity in terms of how we see ourselves in relation to you and vice versa. So I do, Susan's comment about places where perhaps we could explicitly integrate leadership or staff into the document. That's part of what that was actually my suggestion, just because I think it would help to elucidate some of the process that goes on underneath. So obviously, Sean is my supervisor and I take his direction, but I think there's also places there where it might be helpful for folks to understand the dynamics that are going on a little bit, so that you have confidence that we have your back and we're taking care of things. So those would be my contributions right now.
Thank you. Alyssa?
So ultimately, this agreement has to work for the current commissioners, chairperson, and executive director. But when I read it, I was trying to look at, will this make sense in 5 years? So most of my comments will kind of focused on that, of will this stand the test of time? Otherwise, there were little questions, mainly questions I had about to understand that it's the decision that you made. Because again, you have to live this. We live it in trickle down, and I think it's a significant document that sets forth culture. So if this is really something that you guys can understand, practice, live, for the duration of your terms, that helps everybody. So while there may be things that I'll tell you, like I would have gone left when you went right, if this body wants to go left, I fully support that, and I'll figure out how to staff in a way that supports that decision. But most of my questions are about, why did you decide to go left?
Yeah.
I kind of echo a little bit, Alyssa, as far as I look at this document, sort of like a Magna Carta that needs to stand the test of time. Obviously we have to, and the commission has to draft what they're experiencing, and that's what we're working with. But at the same time, I do agree about thinking about SOPs, taking things that are very specific outside of the document, because what's real for us today may not be real for us throughout the industry. As I think Sean and the other reporters that the industry, the way it was 3-4 years ago is different than the way it is now. We have, as a commission, have to adapt to that as well. So that's essentially one big thing. The second big thing, I was generally pleased with what I thought was the 38 component of the document. I was apprehensive about
Did you say the what?
the 38.
Oh, 38.
I was very, very pleased by what I saw. And I saw an understanding of that. Obviously, we got to live it, but I thought in terms of the language, it is there. So I was encouraged by that.
Thank you. Do commissioners want to make any comments, or should we just dive right into the first issue? Sean?
I'm glad we're at this milestone. This is an important conversation. So yes, I would be comfortable diving into it if others are.
Can I just make one comment? And this is probably just, I think, a reaction to your, I don't know if we create culture with a document. And this is one of the things that you and I have been talking about, but this is actually the first time we've all been in a room together. And obviously, we are limited by the open meeting law, but I really hope that we do a little bit more to get a chance to know each other on a personal level. And Susan was being very careful last night in talking to me because she thought none of the commissioners could be in the same room together. the commissioners can't be in the same room together when they're talking business, but we can be in the same room together when we're talking about the Grinch strangling my husband at the UMass Club. So I just hope that we can continue to create more human connections. I just spent, and I was elbowing and friendly, just was shaking hands, but I went and I met everybody next door. I don't think I met everybody, but I think that is also something that's not in this document, but also something that I think is really important. And, you know, I look to all of you, but also to Sean, that's what's not going to get written down here. And for me, I think that's probably the most important thing that we can work on going forward is how do we make a human connection? Because it's a lot easier to deal with someone when you have a human connection than when you don't. So you see that person as a person and not someone who's being opposed to something you want to do. So anyway, that's really what I just wanted to launch with.
Thank you, and I apologize for any confusion about the timing and the open meeting.
No, it was me. I texted
There was a lot of
10,
confusion.
what am I doing? So anyway.
Thank you for that. And, you know, one of the things that I find in my work is that when you do create a structure for people to buy into, it has an impact on the relationships so that the clarity helps the relationships build. So I hope the charter can do that, but you're also right. I mean, the commission is a kind of odd entity. There's something kind of odd about the constraints about commissioners being with each other and all of that. So
We're also an odd group.
I'll give you that. No.
In a good way, in a good way. Sean, all right.
I'll learn about
With that, I would ask everyone to turn to page 8. And what you'll see is I highlighted the sections where there were comments. The strikeout and the blue is what I added to this version based on what I heard from the leadership. And so it's just to begin the conversation and it's not everything. Okay. So I heard this from a couple of people. There was just a question about the second part of that first sentence. It said, and the need for staff to be accountable to their supervisors. And a couple of people said, that's obvious. Staff need to be accountable to their supervisors, maybe just end the sentence at administrative agency, period. And then someone else offered the phrase to follow the supervisory chain of accountability. So I'm just going to open the floor to a conversation about that sentence and what that was really getting at, right? So this was meant to be a code of practice and really to address the lack of clarity about commissioners reaching out to staff. So that's what this is, sort of a first sentence to establish what expectations are. So open the conversation to that.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I see this language as well as the, sort of like the, the project, sort of like project management initiatives, kind of working together. I look at the, sort of the project management, project coordination piece here at the agency. It's a way for us to, and the executive director to decide how to, the commission has initiatives, make policies, but how do we implement that? How do we live it? And we do it some parts in good measure through that project management. It's also, I think that allows the executive director to control and understand how to use resources. I think sometimes when we fall outside a structure, whether it be the project management structure, whatever, it can get unruly. Commissioners are just trying to get what they want done. Executive director is trying to control, where the resources are going. And then we are just trying to run our staffs day to day. And sometimes there's confusion in all those structures. I thought this language in one was trying to organize that a little bit. And I like the language, but what does it, what does it mean? So.
And The other piece I picked up specifically with the change is that it also speaks to what you said, that organization that helps the culture. Because I'm looking at it from the lens of the staff, the bottom up perspective. And oftentimes they're caught in these situations where they're trying to serve 4, 5, 6 different bosses. And this provides clarity that they should be able to follow and get clarity from their direct supervisors, and sets an expectation that parachuting in and may derail their ability to complete tasks, to have strong relationships with their peers and their supervisor, that doesn't get disrupted where there might be tension in different directions, pulling them in different directions rather.
Thank you. Any commissioners like to respond to that?
Can I just ask a question? I think that this is, I think, one of the things that Kim and I were talking about last week. And I think sort of indirectly with Commissioner Camargo. One of the things that I do think is important, I just met all these people for the first time, and I've probably been on the other side of a screen from them. But the one thing I want to make sure this document doesn't do is, doesn't say you can never talk to anybody. I think it's really about how we, and this is what I have been focused on during the course of all these meetings, is it's making sure that people sort of get to know the commissioners, understand their priorities, respect those priorities, but that when work needs to be done, when resources are to be spent, including human capital, that's ultimately when this is relevant. I also think that one of the unwritten things here is how, in working with seniors, leaders, there is, I guess it's sort of in kind of the reverse direction. How do we make sure that people understand our priorities, right? And we're basically writing this to, I think, rein in how the commission has sort of functioned, with the staff and clarify those chains of command. But nothing is in here to say, something's really important to Commissioner Royce, something's really important to Commissioners, Stebbins or Concepcion, or even O'Brien when she has something important for her eventually. But it's, I want to understand how we develop that rapport, how we make sure we're not substituting the commissioner's judgment and authority with staff. And I've wrapped a lot in here, but I think that this is probably the crux of how all these rules are ultimately going to work. And maybe we do that at the end. But I think that in particular, think that it's really important to establish this supervisory chain of accountability. But I also want to make sure that on a very high level, the senior staff understands how they interact with the commissioners and how they understand what our priorities and our need to do our job is. And I think sometimes there can be like, I'm putting my nose to the grindstone. I've got to get this done. I have these deliverables, but I don't necessarily know that people can understand the pressures that we have on the outside, what we, you know what I mean? So I'll shut up there, but kind of, maybe I'll even turn it back to you, Susan, to kind of shape that.
So I hear you saying two things. The first thing is there's a difference between chatting with staff and asking for things to be done, right? And I think the first thing I hear is that you'd like it to be okay for you to just go and meet people. But that when there's a request for something that's going, a task or resources, including staff time, that's a difference. And then the other piece,
And I'd like the staff to push back on that point and to sort of give me their feedback on
okay,
that. So,
all right. The second piece, I think, is commissioner priorities. And I think one of the things that's complicated about the document, that has to be, even though it's simple English, and part of the reason why an implementation transition is important is because it's layered, right? So commissioner priorities are layered into the executive director goals. Commissioner priorities are in the project charters. So there are some ways that that's layered in. I think what you also are probably referring to is an immediate need, right? And what we have put into this charter is that you have access, commissioners have access to the executive director and the direct reports, immediate availability, and to department heads through with a notice to the executive director. So I think those ways of communicating are, I think what I've heard through the discussions is the pushback might be from leadership. We can't do this right now. We don't have resources to do what you need done right now. So I think that's part of, and then that to me is baked into the mutual respect, right? Where people can ask, people get a response, and that's kind of the dynamic, I think, that, and all within the pressure of things have to happen quickly. So I think just sort of an acknowledgement of kind of the reality of how, of what the commission is under.
Can I have one dynamic to that? I think the other reality is what a individual commissioner or a group of commissioners may want may be a conflict with what the agency needs. And so that's another one that has to be navigated from time to time.
Right, and so that's, to me, that's all under mutual respect, right? And so the purpose of this charter is to improve the culture and to root the culture in mutual respect. And so that means having slowed down discussions and not always getting the answer that you want. You know, that everyone has to live with that.
But I think it's also who determines whether there's a conflict. And that ultimately is not here, not today, but at some point in time, determining who determines what the mission is and whether there's a conflict with an individual commissioner or a group of commissioners. Because that's not really addressed here. And that also is part of the conflict, is that who decides? And what is that process that we go through that determines whether there's a conflict?
Right, and I'll get to you in just a second. I think that's why, in my mind, I'm imagining a transition where as things emerge, they can be dealt with in real time to have those conversations. That would be my recommendation. I have Alyssa.
It's one of the things I noticed in this document in several sections. There's no overall section that says conflict resolution. I would expect to see that in a governance document, or whatever the conflict is, that this group decides, here's how we resolve conflicts. That doesn't have to be role-based, but I think it is something that y'all need to discuss.
That's a good point.
And I, instead of putting it in each section, I would say, maybe up front, this is how we resolve our conflicts.
We talked about that and not, that's great. I love it. We talked about it in terms of like how we hold ourselves accountable as commissioners and or hold a commissioner accountable if we're not sort of like, so that's a really good point.
Commissioner Concepcion, did you have your hand up? Yeah, okay, yep.
It also depends what the conflict is. If there's a conflict policy, and one commissioner interprets it one way and another commissioner interprets another way, I think then, you know, and obviously the executive director, and it impacts the administration, you know, the everyday, the operation of the day. I believe that needs to go back to the commission. And then the commission have that discussion in open session because it's a policy conflict. And I think the public has the right to know what that conflict is. That's part of your deliberation. Actually, I think that's a core responsibility of the deliberation for my department, just so you know, is that we listen to those conversations very, very carefully. As Sean knows, as our practice, your deliberation, we consider commission intents, the phrase my department uses. When we are interpreting the regulations, we are looking at commission intent. So however you land on your decision, that's how we then begin to interpret how we're going to implement our interpretation of the regulations day to day. So that conversation is extraordinarily important. And frankly, we cite the language in some of our documents when being challenged by the other side, when we have disputes in terms of interpretation that applies to, some kind of administrative action. So those discussions should actually be considered part of the good democracy of the commission as opposed to stresses. You've got talented commissioners who see, hear things differently. Come to the executive director. Executive director tries to navigate with us in terms of what he believes, but ultimately, executive directors may say, we need to bring this back to the commission. We thought we heard this, but clearly there's a genuine dispute. So if I would say that this document, and I like when Elizabeth identified that piece, that if the conflict is in terms of a policy consideration, because not all conflicts are policy consideration, but if we review the commission to deem it as a policy consideration, that goes back in front of the commission and talk about the conflict and then see where the commission lands. I think that also allows the commissioners to hear each other, because oftentimes it's like, you thought you voted, remember the last meeting, everyone was trying to think about the commission to put our language about a particular matter. And I can literally see, okay, that could turn into a conflict down the road because each commissioner has a different understanding of this motion. Well, if that happens, you come back, if you would, have that discussion, if there's a conflict. Just.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I also think there's a little bit of a
Hang on,
ten- oh,
Christine was waiting.
Hey, if she, I can go follow.
I was gonna say, I think there's a little bit of a tendency that we don't want to have conversations at the public meetings that could be difficult, and I think that that's something that we kind of have to get past. So anyway,
Yeah.
go ahead, Christine. I don't agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to kind of touch upon something I raised in the introductory remarks is, I know legal sometimes has a very different role than other leadership, right? Because I have a attorney-client relationship with the body of the commission, the individual commissioners, the executive director, and staff, to the extent that staff's acting consistently with the interests of those different clients that I have. So I think one of the things, the tensions that I face sometimes is, if you ask me for legal specific resources, I'm in a very different position to address your request than if you're asking me for something that requires a level of coordination. So if you're asking for me to contribute staff to a project that requires multiple departments, then I'm bringing it back to the direct reports meeting, discussing it there, and trying to sort of put support together for that project in that setting. So I might not be able to do that depending upon what's going on in other departments. In other words, they might not feel like they have the resources to staff that initiative. And I think sometimes there's complexity in kind of coming back to the commissioner or the group of commissioners and communicating that in a way that's satisfactory to you. It's not just me, and what I have available to me. It's my, ability to tap into other departments that may or may not be able to be as responsive in the moment for totally understandable reasons. So I think sometimes the communication about how that plays itself out is, usually there's some combination of me and or Sean and maybe others then circling back to the commissioners. But the feedback loop, I'm not sure is always there in a way that's understood by all parties involved. So I would just put that piece into it.
Also, I appreciate normalizing conflict, right? That conflicts are going to emerge. That's life. This is a complicated agency. And so just to say, okay, now there's a confusion here. Let's stop and figure it out, as opposed to engaging just in the conflict part. Yes.
I like that observation, especially for this group and especially for these commissioners. Because I think in this section, you see a lot of point-to-point communication. It's commissioner to executive director, commissioner to staff member. And so that we don't create serial conversations and violate open meeting laws, y'all may not know that you're in conflict at some point. And so I think in a conflict resolution mechanism in here, that should be the first element, is how will you find out that you have a conflict? And then how will you decide if it's a policy conflict that has to go public? If it's a process conflict, it's a communication conflict, what is it? But I really like that point about not being afraid of it. And something else that I've liked about what I've seen with these commissioners Is there, you have demonstrated a willingness to have constructive conflict, constructive discussion in public. And I don't know that it has to go in here, but I think that's worthy and something to continue. I think it's worth the public saying it too.
One of the suggestions I had, and I don't know if we can actually do it, is, and I drive Susan crazy, because Susan is trying to move this process forward. But sometimes these meetings have been used to have difficult conversations, and Susan is a very good public vendor and worried about the taxpayer interest. But I don't know if we can do this on an annual basis, but I think it's something we should be thinking about. And again, we're getting around the open meeting law, and I say getting around, but we're living legally under, sorry, Christine, under the open meeting law. But having something like this on an annual basis where we're not violating the open meeting law is important, because sometimes we have to have those conversations in public. It's legally incumbent upon us to have those conversations in public, but sometimes it's not that comfortable, and doing something like this in the confines, and Savio will, in a year when the historians say, what did you say? It'll be out there. But I really think that having something where we have the senior staff, maybe even another level down, maybe not, but with the board, where in essence, we are looking at whatever conflicts happened last year, talking about how we can move forward in the next year. I would just throw that out. I think it's very healthy and helpful. And if we can live within the law, we should figure out how to do that.
I think that's an excellent idea, especially because I've noticed that I didn't realize in some instances that there was a conflict until we got into this room and talked together. So I agree with you completely.
The hard part, and we've talked about this, is that we're not walking the hallways in this office, right? We're walking it differently, and we're coming together. We don't have the relationship. We've been building, we've been dating online, so what I think Alyssa hit the nail on the head with the conflict resolution. And could you take it a step further? So in regards to process, you have a recommendation for us, who should, one or two people that could play traffic cop along the lines of process conflict resolution, and for policy conflict resolution, which Chief said should go to public meeting. Does that call for an extra layer of a parliamentarian when we get into the minutia, and it can be, question on Robert's rules? So I guess I'm going to put it back to you, Alyssa. That was very thoughtful of you to come up with that. And if you have any ideas further around that.
I would say if it's as a conflict resolution piece put into a governance document, I think you guys need to have a meeting and talk about what works for you and what you think is sustainable for your successors. I mean, I have ideas, but like I said, this has to work for you guys. And if that is, first of all, the conflict must be surfaced through the executive director, and then we have a majority vote. That's fine, but it has to work for you guys. If it's the conflict has to be noted by, a department head, and department heads have to come together with a recommendation, that's a conflict resolution. But it has to be whatever you guys can live. So I'm going to ping pong it back to you.
Yeah.
I think you guys have to really talk about how are you going to resolve.
I think it's pickleball these days.
Yeah.
Pickleball it back to me.
Yeah, because I have to support it, but you have to live it.
Steve?
Yeah, I just was gonna say, I mean, I appreciate Yao's piece about bringing it back to the open public meeting. I just would say some conflicts are obviously gonna have legal implications, right? And I've tried to do some orientation around, there's certain conversations we want to have in public and certain conversations we don't, and whether we have a basis for executive session is always a very factual, specific analysis. I can't always guarantee I can find a basis for executive session. So I do think one of the things that's important to kind of surfacing these conflicts is making sure that we're all reacting to the same thing, or we're all on the same page about what's being asked and where the problems are emerging. And I do think one of the problems from in early days, and I know we're trying to move past that in a way, because we're in a different place, right? We got a brand new commission. but is just a lack of clarity of what was being asked and the timeline under which we were being asked to produce that. And, you know, I think things like, I'm not saying everything has to be a charter, but things like a charter is a way for us to surface things in a way that we're all on the same page. Because I do think we often find, you know, our direct reports meetings, we've really worked on that, and those have, you know, just really gotten to a much better place. You know, I think overall we're, you know, we really are functioning so much better, but it's a little bit like cobbling together, what did you hear, in a way sometimes, you know, and I think that lack of clarity can be complicated because we don't necessarily all know what we're reacting to. We all seem to have our own little sort of pocket of information, so.
Can I ask, sort of the way that my mind operates, I try to conceptualize things, and examples are useful for me. Can you guys give an example of a policy conflict of interest that needed to sort of rise to a public meeting, like, you know, to that level of us discussing it?
Yeah,
Two
go ahead, I'm
people
sorry,
in a
Leslie.
vehicle, two people in a vehicle. A lot of the sort of medical marijuana interpretations, home grow.
I'm missing, I'm not sure I'm hearing, because
Sorry,
can you just explain what are you saying we should be doing? 'Cause I'm missing
Yeah.
that.
some examples of policy issues that, policy interpretations that have come up that I think are going to have to go back into a public meeting. Those are the ones that come to mind for me.
Are you talking more personnel?
Yeah, I'm talking more about the conflict. So there are two commissioners and there's a conflict in terms of policy. I don't know an example. I'm looking for an example.
And Sean, you tell me if there was commissioner conflict. I believe there was, but it may have just been staff commissioner conflict. Looking at the threshold for equity and, the equity threshold going back with the last commission.
Yeah.
10 versus 51%.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
So
good.
again, I don't know what that is. Can you
Break it down.
So who would be best to unpack it? You?
I can try. Check me on my facts, I guess. So the regulations allow for, at this point, was it expedited review or was this fee waivers?
I think initially we were interpreting it as all, correct?
Yes, there was a question as to what qualifies you for benefits as a social equity program participant. And those benefits being expedited review of applications, but also fee waivers. And the initial interpretation is as long as anybody on your application is a qualifying member, so is a social equity program participant, on your application means 10%. So someone could basically be on your application at 10%, and now you're getting your fees reduced, you're getting expedited review. And commissioners walked away with different impressions of, well, that's not what I meant. Well, other commissioners are saying, that's absolutely what I meant. And actually, Yao and his team were trying to implement that policy as, okay, we've got to write this up so that licensing review, when it occurs, qualifies for, we're making sure people are getting eligible. In other moments too, folks were complaining to commissioners saying they're interpreting it incorrectly. So I think to Cedric's point, that conflict became very apparent to me as I'm talking with commissioners, getting feedback from commissioners too, and realizing this is not my place.
And then what was the resolution in that?
Brought it to the commission for a vote to clarify.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, you had a comment.
So into what Sean said, forgot what I was gonna say. Something that Commissioner Roy said that I kind of like when she says, what's the, or like what Maria and others were saying in terms
Now speak up a little bit.
of process. And the piece that I like about what Commissioner Roy said was about the traffic cop. I do think there should, wherever where the commission lands, there should be a traffic cop. And I think that traffic cop should be the executive director. Because one of the things where when I work is discipline. Like we have all the best of ideas, but if we are not disciplined, then we're not going to succeed. And so how do we create a structure, again, in terms of once we're all gone and our successors come, that it demonstrates, okay, we can see this, we can understand, so at least we got something to work with when we're onboarding. So I do believe that since daily, weekly, the executive director is talking to all the commissioners, obviously talking to his direct reports and other department heads, who's in the best position to have an understanding of possible conflicts. So whatever, I don't know what that looks like, but wherever it lands, I think Executive Director plays the track top role. So that's why I like what Commissioner Ward said.
So what I want to do, it sounds like there's agreement that there should be a conflict resolution section in the charter. And I think that that should be the topic of, a topic of the next meeting. And I can try and bring some resources to it, because there are a lot of different ways to establish conflict resolution mechanisms. And so I think let's set that aside now. We know that that's going to be in there, and I will try and bring some resources to that.
Can I make a recommendation? Alyssa, not to put you on the ping pong spot here, but I know you say like, oh, we have to figure it out, but I feel like you guys are so behind the scenes. You've seen other commissioners, you know us now, you know our personalities. And I think that sometimes because we don't know everything and we're not talking to each other all the time, don't assume that we talk to each other all the time. I think it would be helpful for you all as staff and leadership of this organization to think about a conflict resolution mechanism for us from your expertise. You've all worked at other agencies. I mean, you have an amazing background, Gal, everybody. So I think it would be helpful, because we've said in this room a lot to try to figure some things out, and we're still in a gray area amongst ourselves. So I don't know, I think it would be helpful to hear from you all as well. I mean, you've run agencies, all of us have, done stuff, but I think it's helpful coming from you all to give us sort of like a
Excuse me.
reaction.
When I ran, I was the boss, and this was not a ball leadership. It was a lot easier than this. And
I always
frankly,
say
no, but I'm just saying,
welcome to
this is,
commission.
no, but I'm
Right.
just saying, this is unique.
Yeah.
And that's one of the problems is the unique infrastructure of this place
Absolutely.
creates a natural tension
Absolutely.
that exists no place else.
Yeah, no, and this is, you and I had coffee last week, we talked about this, right? So this is a different agency, it's a different time. And, I think this agency is good for it. You guys have created a different state government agency. People don't really believe that unless you're working here. So, just to push it back, but I hear.
No, but I'm just saying, I think that's what makes our job difficult.
Yeah, yeah,
is-
yeah.
is
Christine?
that.
Can I ask, what are we solving for here? Which is, are we solving for conflict between the commissioners, between the commissioner and executive director?
I think it's
Between,
it's all of the above. I
Okay.
think the question on the table is how to take conflict and make it productive conflict.
Okay.
And I'll just share with you, why am I a mediator? Because my parents were arguing all the time, which I didn't mind, but it was always unproductive. They always had the same fight. And I thought, let's get somewhere with this. And so I think
That's a great story. Thank you for sharing. that.
yeah, no, for sure. And so I think that's the issues. There's always conflict, in my field, they talk about polishing silver, right? That you need that friction in order to get the shine. So I think if you all can start thinking about conflict as normal and how to make it productive so that as Yao said, it may clarify a policy question, or it may build a relationship, because when, we tend to just get upset, right? But if you can see it as how can we work this through, then that builds a relationship.
But it's also, and this is, again, I'm a broken record on this, but I think that the shining part, it's harder to do it. My daughter used to do musical theater and dance and singing, and the people who ran her program, one of the things they wanted to do with these kids is set up a program where they learned how to ask for things, to speak to people. And this is my concern, is behind a screen via email. It's very hard to get the nuance and the emotion or the lack of emotion. And that's also, I think that how, and this is also going to be an issue we're going to have to deal with, how we ultimately, as a state agency, kind of come back to functioning. We're never going to go back to 5 days a week, whatever, but how we humanize this makes that shine better. And I think that when we're not together, it's hard to have that healthy conflict. When I was treasurer, my staff would yell at me all the time, and it was healthy, and it was good, and he was Italian, so it was okay, and I understood it, but, you know, it was a way that we together, and we would walk away, and that conflict always brought a shine. That's what I want to make sure we can get here.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, this has all been good conversation, and it's great to have our department heads here. Is it fair to ask the question as we think about the conflict resolution section is to differences between resolving policy and differences resolving priorities?
Could you,
Well, I think they're two different, I mean, they're obviously two different things. Policy questions, I think, compel us to resolve those in a public meeting. Priorities, maybe not so much. So, not to put anybody on the spot, but have you ever had a situation where get your thoughts on somebody brought a priority to you, and maybe it does get, you know, resolved by creating a working group and going through the charter process. But being in a position of debating a priority and how that could engage the executive director, at what point did you ever bring something to the executive director? And is the only resolution, I don't want to call it a conflict, but the only resolution to that being a working group charter to look at something. But I'd be curious to your thoughts.
One of the things I do like to separate the two. One of the things I've been thinking about during the course of this meeting, something I've always felt throughout since working with the CCC, is that everything has had to happen fast.
say it again, it has to-
Everything had to happen fast.
Yep.
You know, when we got here, literally, we had weeks by statute to do X, Y, and Z. Like, no choice, that was the law. And I don't think that we left that mindset.
You're here.
And when you said the word priorities, for some reason, it just triggered that.
So,
You know?
In a good way.
You know, but triggered in a sense that I think that for us as commissioners and commission leadership, that we're gonna best help the staff, that we gotta slow it down. Because a lot of time our priorities, because we like, okay, I'm here for this period of time, or I want to get this done in a period of time, and I want to get it done. And it really does have an impact on us. We're actually putting stress on us, and we're definitely putting stress on the staff. And maybe when we're thinking about the priorities, like, we gotta get it done. But we think about what's the long-term, to the extent that we can, the long-term impact on the commission and the industry. I think that as regulators, we gotta slow it down because we are responsible for this industry. And if we keep going fast, it's okay to make mistakes, but it's also making mistakes just because we're giving ourselves artificial deadlines. You know, and I just think that one thing I like about this is that we're thinking, because I think that helps retrain the mind. And it helps us slow it down and think about what those priorities are, because that discussion may not be in one discussion or two discussions. It may be discussions for a period of time.
And commissioners are having that conversation with Sean, and poor Sean, traffic cop to all of us. I may not know what, the chair's priorities are or Concepcion's priorities are because we're not talking, but Sean is, and, so that, I think that's another piece of it too, right? Sometimes we don't know what our priorities are. We don't know what we're working on. We don't know what our, I've been saying, I kind of joke around, but I'm starting my transition. I have 3 years left. In big picture, I'm thinking, okay, what do I want to work on in the next 3 years? Right? I've been saying this to Sean. I'm very reflective. It's the end of the year. I'm like, what are we doing? What's next? But I haven't shared with my other fellow commissioners what I'm thinking for the next year or two, right? How do I do that as a commissioner? What do I say that? How do I, I could tell Sean, but I can't also depend on Sean to send my vision to 4 other commissioners, so that's a big part of it.
I've got to listen, and Commissioner Rowe.
Just something that the chair said that I would just ask you all to keep in mind when you start looking at a conflict resolution mechanism, some of you have expressed preference for being in person and having that face-to-face, hand-to-hand interaction. Our workforce is developing into one, and we need to leave space for people who have differing abilities. In my team, for instance, I have a lot of people who are neuroatypical. They've been much more comfortable and will continue to be more
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
neuroatypical.
Okay.
They are much more comfortable not in a face-to-face interaction because the pressure is not on them to have to think and respond in the moment fast. So I would say when you're looking at your conflict resolution mechanism, think about in the next 3 years, 5 years, there may be commissioners who are mobility impaired and maybe they can't get face-to-face. There may be commissioners or us department heads, our successors. Again, we're seeing a rise in different psychological and neurological backgrounds in leadership. So try to leave some space for that and that possibility that our workforce needs also different channels to resolve conflict. So I just ask that you, again, you have to live it. So I definitely respect your preferences, but as a document to stand the test of time, think about those other preferences and other workplace accommodation needs.
Right. And I agree with you. And I think that I told you, I've been working for the last 5 years with a company that does accommodate, especially persons, with disabilities, whether it be literacy or visual disabilities or mobility. And so I've been very intimately involved. That actually, Tony Coelho, who was the author of the Americans with Disabilities Act, I've talked to on a number of occasions about how we accommodate. I think we always make accommodations, for persons, who do need those accommodations. And I think we need to be sensitive to that. But I guess what I am concerned about is we're a public agency and how we accommodate those individual differences, but how we also, I think that the norm has been for most of us in our working lives, working in an in-person situation. But I think that we have learned over the course of the past 3 years how to accommodate those differences. So I'm not saying don't accommodate those differences.
Yeah.
I think that, and frankly, we don't have an HR director right now who can help us.
Well, we do
kind of-
have an HR director,
What is it?
Justin, and you've got me.
Oh,
And I'm not asking you to come up with solutions, but just
Okay.
when you're thinking about conflict resolution, leave that space.
Yeah. Again, and in not talking about that space, but I am telling you that I have found it very difficult to create human relationships without the human contact.
No, and that's a challenge you guys are gonna have to figure out with this.
Yeah.
All right, I mean, Commissioner Roy's been patiently waiting. so-
Yeah, and to Chief's point, for me personally, like when did I send you that email last Teams chat? I think that worked really well, right? I had a little issue that came up and sent it to you. We got Rebecca, but so what, as a commissioner, out of respect to that tension and the dynamic, I'm trying to do like a 5-step self-check. So I was like, what am I asking? Why am I asking it? Who's the best person to ask? Because before I sat and sent you that message, I went through everybody in my head and who was the best person for me to ask? And it was you. So, and then, what is the expectation and effect on staff and resources? I run that through my head as well. And then what level of responsiveness and is it time sensitive or is it like, so I'm trying to do like a 5-step before I reach out to any of you.
Look at you, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I am out of respect to this tension. Like, what am I asking? Who is the best person to ask? What is my expectation around staff and resources around that ask? And can it wait? Can it not? So, I gotta be mindful and respectful of what you said, where you're trying to do the day-to-day operation with your staff. But each commissioner has its own, we have things that come up, and to the chair said, like, we face a lot in the community on the outside, and we get a lot of emails and there's a lot expected of us. So like, I'm trying to juggle that tension too, but I want you to know, I'm trying to do a self-check before I reach out to any one of you, like, okay, so I just wanted to share that.
Learning about the pressure we place on the mediator over here, on Sean.
Yeah,
Sean
exactly.
is in the
Right.
middle and is under a lot of stress dealing. He is the pickleball net and, and the ball boy and and it's, and so, and I think we have probably, you're facing internal pressures, but we're facing external pressures that I don't think people can fully appreciate. And not that I'm sure you don't try to, but I don't think that it always is fully understood what's kind of coming at us too.
It worked amazing
But
the other
I
day.
think that, to go on that story, but it did work well.
did.
but just so that, just to get to my point, it had a continued positive impact because at the end of the day, when I agreed, or I sat with Rebecca Cartier to go with the commissioner on this particular, meeting. When she debriefed me on the meeting, she says, I went well, we did. So that 5-point step
Self-check.
had a positive impact on the staff.
Yeah, good.
So that's why it's important. I'm glad you spoke up about that. That's why it's important, because if you're not doing if you would, that 5-step
Yeah.
piece, then that staff person is gonna feel the effect of that.
Exactly. Yeah, right.
And I mean, I appreciate the 5-step analysis. I would say we have to, on both sides, have to continue beyond those 5 steps. So now the ask is in. I may be able to support precisely as you requested. I may be able to provide some modification of what you requested, or I may not be able to provide whatever you request, anything that
Right.
reflects what you requested in that moment. So how do we move on from there? How do we engage in a respectful and thoughtful conversation about, all right, what's happening today and what's happening tomorrow? Does there need to be an evolution in how we're addressing certain matters, and whether it's staffing or approach, or was it just a moment where we were short-staffed and overoccupied? And I'm not speaking to you specifically. I'm just
Yeah,
talking
no,
about this as-
to your point, so instead of a hard no, what if it was a no with a recommendation,
Sure.
right? Instead of just hard no, I don't have the bandwidth, how about recommendation, and then to the conflict resolution, then if it had to, last resort, right? So like, maybe there's something you're thinking of, we're not as commissioners, that you could recommend to us to handle it,
Absolutely.
so that would be helpful too,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was a really good, helpful, enlightening conversation. I'm gonna move us on in the text. I didn't have any comments on 2 through 8, so maybe people can take a quick look at that. And if there isn't anything on 2 through 8, just move us to number 9 on page 9.
I can, so some of these came, from me, I think in section 9, I added B, just to say, like, in general, we shouldn't talk about personnel actions. So I put that in there against something lasting and standing.
Can you sort of expand on that and just sort of let me know what the problem is and what you're thinking, just sort of generally on that?
If you don't like how I'm performing, I don't want you to discuss it with my boss, or I don't want you to discuss it with Cedric. That's a personnel action. If I have a medical leave, I want to be able to tell HR and maybe tell, if my boss is Cedric, I want to tell Cedric. I don't necessarily want to tell the commissioners. So that was just here, I think, a standard, don't talk about Fight Club kind of thing. Christy?
Yeah, I mean, so as Susan mentioned, I mean, one of the things that I'd like to do is just a legal review of the
Sure.
document. Something like that, I would need it to be more built out.
Yeah.
Where the line is, because I think the commission has a responsibility to enforce employment and labor laws, so.
Well, you get my intent, however you want to write it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think the same thing kind of applies to A, which is, I do think that we have to preserve pending investigations, but it doesn't mean that the commission couldn't get an update on the status of an investigation, that kind of thing. So I think, there's some areas here where we just have to step back and say, what do commissioners need to know to maintain their legal responsibilities? And where is the line in that regard? So.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. You heard my intent. 11 and 12, I just thought as drafted, they were too narrow. And so this might be, I don't know if it comes out in legal review or just when you guys discuss your next changes. For example, for 11, commissioners will inform investigation enforcement unit of any visit, licensing, blah, blah, blah. You guys also visit legislatures, you visit municipal officials, you visit businesses that we might be in contracts with. So I tried to just expand it here. And again, that might be something, Christine, that you have later, but just that you will inform like appropriate department
Everyone
head
is supposed to,
or, yeah. Because it's not just that. And then same thing with 12. I added, for example, contracts with individuals or attorneys. Again, I was just trying to make it more expansive
Mhm.
here. It's not just those things.
If we had this conversation, that might be too restrictive, because I thought we all agreed as a group that as commissioners, we have the right to go into any dispensary at any time.
This
So,
says invitation. So I was thinking it was a really specific.
okay, so if we're invited, not, so we had said, like, in prior meetings, as commissioners, we have the right and the authority to stop in, and not that we want to do that to cause you headaches, that wasn't the point of the conversation, but I thought we had agreed upon that as a group at one meeting.
I don't think this is speaking to that though. I think this is about a formal invitation.
Okay. Okay, all right.
The one thing I will say though, in terms of the addition of the other language to expand the other units, the reason why we came to this language is around the 30A concerns and making sure that we're not going to any licensees establishments when they're under investigation. So I know that was specific here. In terms of government affairs and research, I don't necessarily see an issue with it, but I have to think on that a little bit
Yeah.
to make sure it's not overly restrictive either.
Okay.
And in some ways, the legislative outreach may get to the government affairs piece, but I don't know about the research. Can someone say a little bit more about the research unit and when they would need to know that a commissioner was invited?
I think if one of you is invited to speak at, for example, there's like a conference, there's an annual conference of epidemiologists. If one of you was invited to that, like, I think Julie and I would want to know.
Absolutely.
We'd want a chance to staff you up,
Yeah.
So these are EGs, but I think you guys get my
But
intent.
I think it really comes down to if we need to be staffed, or do you determine whether or not we need to be staffed? That's, I think,
Well,
the,
what did you, I understand that this meant 30A.
okay,
So
okay.
if this is not the right place, then maybe it's not expanding this.
Oh, no, this is not to say this isn't the right place.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give you the background context and why that was
Yeah.
included there. But I
But it's, I hear what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
very simple.
Yeah.
It's just prior to acceptance of such invitation. So it could be to other department heads as needed.
Yeah.
That's it. It's simple. I mean, Commissioner Roy, I'm doing a 5-check plus, plus
That's what it is.
plus Cedric's 6 through 10 check, right? So we just created,
That's
I
exactly.
want to be mindful that we don't say like as needed here though, because it is a required, like we want to
Yeah.
require it in certain instances when
Yeah.
we're talking about licensees.
however we worded was
Yeah.
saying kind of like other department, like,
Appropriate departments.
yeah, we're not going.
What we should do is just add a separate one, leave this one as it is, and then add a separate one that gets to the other
Yeah,
as
just
needed.
keep it simple. I think the key word here is acceptance of invitation, not on the weekend I'm walking into the dispensary,
Yeah.
And Susan, well, I'm not saying it is, it's for the commission and
Put it in official.
Sean to decide. Again, just a reminder that certain things may be more appropriate for SOP.
Yeah.
And thinking long-term, what your concerns are now may not be concerns for the commission later. So this is,
Yeah,
what
that's
we're
a good
identifying, not here. It doesn't sound Magna Carta-ish. And that's what this document, I thought. We want to make sure we don't.
Maybe just adding official business.
Yeah, and I think that what Commissioner Concepcion, I'm glad you said that, because when I saw that language, again, I didn't understand Commissioner intent. And so when you articulate, so yeah, that makes sense. That 38 concern should be put, now that's Magna Carta-ish. That somehow, you don't have to say 30A, but just spell it out language-wise, that concern, so that when Alyssa sees it, someone, others they know what that
Yeah.
means. So we don't have to say 30, but try to come up with language that demonstrates why a commissioner does have the right, you are the regulator, you are to go to every facility anytime you want, but you don't want to go into a trap.
Yeah,
You don't want to go to a visit.
Jeopardizing it.
So no, and then the licensee is positioning themselves on a matter that you wouldn't know yet and shouldn't know yet, but that they know because we're sending them an RFI. And now you are engaged in the conversation. You're like, huh? What's going on? So, as a practice, and we can put that in, Otherwise, you have the language here, but more specific, a SOP, that talks about how we do certain things where commission agrees, well, okay, how do we balance the concerns? We want to have the right to go to where we want to go, but this is how we should do it. And that
If
part.
I could also, in this section, if I should clarify, when we're talking, we'll not discuss or request information from staff regarding, and, one of the issues that, we were kind of attacked in the Boston Globe for is not being in the loop. And I don't want to raise a sensitive subject, it's a sensitive subject, but about, the woman in Holyoke. And I have said to Sean that I understand this need to create this wall between what the commissioners do as judges. But we also, my name's on that license, yours isn't. Do you know what I mean? And so I want us to figure out how we deal with that. And, when I look at some of these things, there may be some things going on that I'm not aware of, that I then get a call from the press. And I look like an idiot that something is happening. And so I don't know how we put that in here, but I have said to Sean, if I am overruled and a decision goes to Superior Court and it's serious enough, I don't care. And I know that the job of the staff is to protect that, but there is a tipping point at some point in time where we're the ones voting on the licenses. We're the ones who are the sort of public face of what's happening. And how do we deal with that? And I don't know if any other commissioners have any thoughts about that, but I understand what you've done and why you've done certain things because of the policy and because you're saying this investigation needs to be completed, needs to be private. But how do we deal with something
I
like that?
actually
And I
don't think
just,
they're
I mean, I think
mutually
it's like,
exclusive. I don't think
I just
they're
wonder-
mutually exclusive.
I just want to make everyone aware, in external communications, we did put something
okay,
in there,
okay.
so we'll get to that. But that's,
So I just want to make sure that that doesn't conflict with this, because this is very clear about what we can and can't talk about. And
Yeah, like you don't want this to read later on, like, you're not supposed to tell us that Lorna passed, right?
but
Like,
this is an invitation. So if someone had an invitation to an,
no, she's talking
no,
about,
I'm
she's back
getting
at
into-
9. She's at 9.
yeah.
She was talking about.
oh,
number
I
nine.
see, okay, sorry. I missed
And
that.
when there are bigger problems brewing,
I see, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I just want to make sure that some of this is very specific, and I think that,
Well, let's use this, I mean.
yeah,
use
let's,
this-
I'll back off on that.
No, but it's a good, it's a good example. I don't think we need to back off, but I think we need
Yeah.
to talk about it a little bit. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. No, I
It-
agree. Go ahead.
It's just, okay, so let's use that example. And Sean, we've had this conversation. We understand what we could have done better if we get it. But in Lorna's situation, if we have to be careful that we don't lock number 9 in for us commissioners to not know about something like
Yes.
this. Right.
I also think it doesn't speak to the reality of how we operate. I mean, let's talk about when we prepare for our public meetings and we're going into scrum. We are having conversations about what the public is talking about. Lorna has come up in those conversations. Of course, we couldn't get the details about the investigation that's ongoing, but to say that we cannot request or discuss anything about it, that's a little too, I'm just
Yeah.
thinking about the way that we actually operate. That's a little too constrictive.
Yeah, and so just so you know, someone who is concerned about making sure connect's not going to traffic, that's not our position. I think that it should be updated, stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's not a concern
Yeah,
for
but I
us.
think to the chair's point is what can we be, Sean, you're about to be in the hot seat, right? But like, what can we be notified of in a situation like Lorna? We all know shoulda, coulda, woulda, we wanted to be notified, not 10 months later, but I think that's what you're really getting at. Big incidents like that.
Margot, and I agree with everybody. We're public officials, like we took an oath. We are public, our names are on the licenses. We're public officials. We took an oath. So if anybody's public health, welfare, or safety is jeopardized as commissioners, we need to know. Because we are the ones that, Commissioner Concepcion, we prep for Scrum. We have the Boston Globe asking us, Commonwealth Magazine, EBJ, and we can't be know nothing, see nothing, hear nothing. We can't operate like that. So
We have
how
to
do
write it
we
in here.
balance it is
I'm in
what,
agreement with that.
Yeah,
I
we
didn't
need to
know that was
balance
discussion,
that.
but that's never
It's
been,
in here.
that's,
We put it in here in our meetings, because we've had this conversation. It's in here.
Yeah.
It's on page 13, and it's number 11.
No, I hear that, John. Thank you for pointing that out too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
but to that point though, this will conflict with that.
I think that's.
That's the
That's
question.
the
That's the
question.
question. Does the language of number 9 conflict with the language of number 11 on
That's
page
the-
13? And I just have so here we're saying will not discuss or request information. So what is the appropriate language for what is not allowable and what is allowable?
in fact, and we want to give you space to do your jobs. Like that's, I don't want anybody to misinterpret that.
What number is it? I'm so sorry, Commissioner
We're
Roy.
back on.
Page 13?
So page 13, it reads, the executive
Page
director
13 is where.
will use,
Yeah.
page 13, the executive director will use a standard operating procedure for alerting commissioners of urgent public health, safety, and welfare incidents in a timely manner.
Yes,
Page 13.
good.
And that's-
About that, because we've always forget about that.
No, I'm not saying we forgot about it,
And
but
we
we still
said,
need to
we
revise
know
it.
that the standard operating procedure doesn't yet exist, right? We said we'll use a standard operating procedure because we didn't want to say we'll develop a standard operating procedure in the charter. So on the implementation list, development of that standard operating procedure is one of the items. But the question remains, does number 11 on page 13 conflict with number 9 on page 9? And if so, how should we revise that?
Commissioner Fogatone, you're saying that we're still, I think for the chair's point too, we're still missing it in that. And how do we break it down?
Right,
Yeah.
we're saying that 11, on page 13, it speaks to this, but on page 11, in page 9, or section 9, it's restricting it,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
saying that we cannot.
Can I also ask a question about 9B when we get back to it, because I want to understand.
Could you just wait a minute? I hear that, so we'll raise that again, but I want to see if we can get some clarity on how to revise the top part of 9, will not discuss or request information. And how do we meld that with?
And I don't know if that section on page 13 covers all the scenarios that I had in mind also, like the Scrum example, this wouldn't cover that. So let's say that, we're getting prepped and the press has picked up some sort of complaint or an investigation, but it's not necessarily, someone hasn't passed away. There's not something that has risen to that same level that we've accounted for on page 13, but we still need to be aware of it by the team because there's an outside public discussion happening. To protect ourselves because we're still the adjudicatory body. So I don't want to get an excess of information that I should not have, protect myself in that role. But also, if the reason that I would need that information is because we're having these public conversations, we're having these public meetings, we're meeting with members of the press. So I will want to know, and I ask this every time I do a Scrum prep, what am I able to share with the public and what cannot be shared? So I'm just thinking in terms of what do I actually need to do my job and fulfill my role and not put myself in a predicament where it's gonna come back and bite me once we're getting to this other level.
Hang on, I'm gonna get Cedric and Christine, but I just wanted to get your opinion about Yao's proposed language, which would be commissioners should use caution when discussing or requesting information from staff regarding, is that workable language?
I think that's better, Okay.
And then
Because it
Cedric,
doesn't say, see, this is also part of the problem with it. It doesn't, sometimes I think people are substituting their judgment for ours, and we have to be the ultimate judges of how we, you know what I mean? You can provide us with your opinion, support, whatever, but ultimately, we're gonna have to be the judges. And we're responsible for that. So that's why I think that kind of takes it out from you shall not, you will not, but using caution. And because I think if we work through our chain of supervisory command, that we're respecting that. I just get worried about the talking and the judgment in the, you know what I mean? That is to us. And this has been one of the hardest things that we've had to grapple with in this meeting is how do we hold each other accountable? We kind of can't. You know what I mean? We can, you know, if someone is probably seriously violating the law, taking a bribe or something, but ultimately it's our appointing authority. And that's one of the things we've had the hardest time grappling with is how do we hold one another accountable? And we've kind of come to the conclusion, we kind of can't. If we're our own island that makes that decision.
Self-checkers.
Yep, so.
On the flip side, so beyond us, do staff then feel like they have the ability, yeah, maybe this is a question for you. If I'm asking you questions about an ongoing investigation, okay, I've used my judgment, but I feel like I need this information. Do you feel comfortable then saying, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm shutting it down. I cannot give you this information?
I don't think I do that. I think that I think that, you know, we have a responsibility to, you know, the press and like with Cedric's team and with the executive director, you know, I am constantly, when I say I, my delegate is constantly debriefing communications as well as executive director, because those realities that the chair has stated, and you know, what you're saying are the realities of this commission. And we do have public welfare concerns too. That's the piece. You know, we got public health, public safety, and then I got public welfare. That's where I put that public welfare concerns. Let me just give you an example. I think the same way too. Where I have control. My control, your control is the decision maker. My control is the recommendation. So there's times where I tell my staff that when a matter resolves, because there's been controversy out there,
Yeah.
when I send my recommendation to the executive director, I send the whole record. And then there's other times when I'm not putting it in a public welfare kind of thing. It's just a regular investigation that so like that. You'll see just the settlement agreement and the summary. But if you guys were to go on the website and say, look up Tilt, which was in the public space for years,
Right.
you'll see the whole record. And by the way, I'm just going to say, could be a coincidence. This seemed to be a good decision because since then, there's been zero public records reports. Zero. So I think we do that, and the executive director does that. We do that same kind of analysis too. When it comes to, and I can't speak too much about it because right now it's still in our spiritual investigation, but to the extent that when it comes to investigations, you never know what an investigation is going to be. I'm not going to talk too deeply about it, but the investigation that you guys are speaking about, we have already been investigating. The investigation took a turn. You can never predict how the investigation is going to go. It has always its own legs. You can Monday quarterback, it says, you should let me know.
Right.
But if that incident did not occur, we have like 10 of those kinds of investigations.
I think what I'm
So I just
trying
want
to
to keep
get
that in mind that I know we're talking about one particular matter and sometimes the executive director is not going to tell you about 150 investigations.
But I'm not trying, I don't
I've
want
got
to
a line.
specify. So I'm trying to think generally, in general terms. I know we referenced this specific situation, but I'm thinking about whether there needs to be more of a rigid standard or a discretionary standard and how they both operate and what will be better for us moving forward. The cautionary language is more discretionary.
Right.
It's like it's subjective. It depends on who you're talking to, who believes what. So in operate, like I guess I can go either way, but I think that's what we're talking about here, is what kind of works best the way that we
I
go.
agree.
I've got people who've been waiting patiently, so I'm gonna go to Cedric, Christine, Alyssa, and then we're gonna take a bio break.
Cedric.
Cedric, I know, I just wanna, I knew a Cedric.
That's gonna stick.
So I was where Commissioner Concepcion is in thinking through discretionary or more restrictive. I think the language y'all offered is too discretionary because I'm thinking through just the press prep but also I need to make sure there's balance. So I don't think a commissioner requesting information should be considered a sin because a commissioner doesn't know all of the details happening on the back end. So innocent, the request can be truly innocent and we need to accept that. I think where we get to the point that assist commissioners and staff is the second half of the sentence where it says, or request information from staff. I think it really needs to be focused on commissioners shouldn't be applying undue pressure for sensitive and confidential information from staff. And so with that way, the commissioners can seek to understand a matter, but then have staff have had that dialogue with the executive director and enforcement, understanding what's appropriate, what is value add to the commissioners so that they can manage any public interactions, but we keep certain parts of the information away because it would create problematic legal implications. And I think we need to appreciate that. That's hearing the chair fully that her reputation's on the line, or Commissioner Roy or Commissioner Camargo, whoever's reputation's on the line. So are staff reputations. So are staff legal implications. And so there needs to be the ability for staff to make that assessment, because I have been asked to do things or produce things that I felt uncomfortable with and thought they were ethics concerns. And I just think we need to be able to create that safe space for commissioners to protect themselves, but for staff to protect themselves as well.
Thank you, Sandra. I'm practicing. Alyssa, and then we're gonna have a break, and then we'll come back and I'll start with Commissioner Roy after the break. Alyssa?
I was kind of poking around in our SOP library because the executive director and Yao, and in coordination with, I think, all the department heads, we put out some language that I think it doesn't exactly address this, but there's a guidance memo that Sean put out maybe a year ago, because we had this problem in dynamics and what commissioners might accidentally see or could purposely call up themselves. So we have a written document that, again, it doesn't say like this situation in particular, but it has some language about what information has to be protected, how it's shared. And so I was just poking around trying to find it. I know it's posted in Dynamics, but it might be something worth looking at just to help overall. What can be requested, what you automatically do not have access to, what you automatically do have access to. And just the discussion called that to mind. So it might be worth looking at, putting in a
Or maybe
reference
another
here.
training about how we sort of look
Yeah,
at it.
yeah, yeah. But just to let you know, there is some plowed earth there.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's plowed in the direction you want to take it.
But it sounds like we're all on the same page though in this section, right?
I think
Or we're
so.
getting closer.
Yeah, I think there's a sense of a group, and then it's a
Yeah.
matter of wordsmithing.
I know we're getting ready to
Yeah.
go. I don't
Yeah.
think that what my word or what Christine and Cedric's words are mutually exclusive. I like both. I think caution opens it up a little bit,
Yeah.
and I think Cedric's piece, however, you should stuff like that. I think they have this put that out there.
All right, let's take a. On number 9.
Yeah.
I've got Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins, and then hopefully I think we'll have a sense. We won't have the precision, but we'll work on the wordsmithing.
Thank you. So I just want to say, I appreciate all this conversation because it's so helpful and you know, being aware that you have a job to do. That's super critically important to this operation, and you do too, and Christine. And but we talk about being a adjudicatory body. We haven't had that role yet, right? You guys have settled everything. But our mission statement is to safely, securely, and effectively regulate the cannabis industry. And that it revolves around public health, public safety, and public welfare. And how do we balance those two things? So for us to be cautious in what we ask you, and you to be judicious in what you tell us, I think is a good balance without completely going radio silent on us. And maybe like to Cedric's point, information that is high level and not granular. I think that's what you were trying to say before is, so maybe you can give us some information where we because we're external facing, and when we go external facing, we have some information. So like right now, Love 'Em or Hate 'Em, the Young Jerks podcast I listened to on the elliptical yesterday, they have a movement that they're asking all their listeners to email the commissioners right now. And we're getting them. And some of them, I gotta be honest, like are heartbreaking, some of these emails we're getting. And so we can't be completely in the dark because people are petitioning us now. So I guess, how do we thread that needle so you can do your job to the best of your ability and we don't impede that? But how can we as commissioners who are public facing, so I'm asking your opinion on how do we balance that?
Here's your snippet.
Yeah, no, this conversation has been good. And as much as I appreciate the input of staff, I hope you can obviously appreciate, the position we sometimes find ourselves in. My thought was under 9, and I hate to use Sean's favorite term of a Romanet 1 and a Romanet 2.
I like to say that.
But is there stuff that we can clearly say it's a line we shouldn't cross? And then to use some of Yao's language under a Romanet number 2, she'll use caution when asking about A, B, and C. So how can we divide those up into stuff? Like, I wouldn't want to ask him the details about an investigation. Like, who did you send in? What'd you find out? Anything like that.
Right.
Can I ask you if there's been an accident or a newsworthy event, and are you simply doing something about it? I would say that's in the show some cause for concern or be mindful of it. So is there any way, is that a solution, I think, to the points Commissioner Concepcion has raised of parsing it out of these things we should not cross the line about, these things are the things that we should express some concern or show some what's your language, caution for. And break it up that way.
I think that the charter could be aspirational language. That stands to test time. I like some of the things that Christine, you were saying earlier in terms of regardless of who's in my position, we'll have these same concerns. It's not about me. Anyone in my role is going to, their job, if they're not, first of all, in terms of my license responsibility in 38, there's things I can't do. I just professionally cannot do. But there are laws out there that go beyond us. I can't go into details about it, but let me just give you an example. I have been a witness in a matter with a prior employer where another commission were asking me questions as a witness about a commissioner going into the case management system. And that was a very stressful meeting with that prosecutor. I learned very early in my career, I was deputy general counsel at that particular time when I was that witness. And I learned very early that there are other bodies interpreting their statutory responsibility maybe differently the way you're looking at it. So when I am thinking about the phrase firewalls and those kind of things, it's not to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It is to protect my commissioners. I'm instinctively trying to protect my commissioners. So I just want to keep that out there. This is not me trying to be the bad guy. I have the responsibilities, which I talked about, Christine very eloquently articulated. But my own personal experience says, whether commissioners realize this or not, they need to be protected here. And trust me, that commissioner was shocked then when they were in that situation, and they were stressed when they were in that situation, and they had to get counsel, their own counsel, when they were in that situation. I'm just saying, that happened. So when we're thinking about these things, it's part of the other piece. The second part of this, that would go to, I hear what you're saying, Commissioner, about when you see those things like Reddit and stuff like that, it wrenches your heart. But let's know, you're the regulator. Now let's say that you're making those decisions, you're having conversations because it's wrenching your heart. How's that fair to the licensee? Because those are allegations. There's nothing. It's the proven facts. What's the evidence? So you have a role in terms of being fair. And it's hardest to be fair when the facts are so empathetic the other direction. But that's when we got to be at our best so that we can really, when it does go to hearing, if it does go to hearing, trust us that we're going to prosecute that vigorously in terms of things you're concerned about. But we want to make sure that the process is such that when it gets to you, which could be a year or two later than the initial, say, complaints. So that's the dynamic that we got to concern ourselves. So when we're thinking about these things, let's think high level. And we've got to think about the day-to-day, SOP-ish. In terms of how we get there.
All right, I think there's not a dispute about what this should say. I think the challenge is wordsmithing it to get at it. So I'm going to give Christine the last word on this issue and then move to the next items. So I will try and wordsmith it, and I may call some people as I'm doing that. So Christine, last word on
I'm
this.
gonna be a tough last word because I had a question, which is, in your public role, and I do respect that's a more difficult role to be in. Again, I get to be in the easy role of saying there's the line. Is the pressure you're feeling, when will things be resolved? Like what's the nature of the pressure you're experiencing? Because I think that will help inform, because I do think, could we do things on our end as staff to give you some certainty about certain things that would help address some of that external pressure that you're
I
experiencing?
think the biggest thing, and that's because of the most recent case,
Yeah,
is being informed
okay,
and making sure that we know internally what's happening and we're not learning from an outside source or from a publication or, from the press.
okay,
That's one thing. The other concern is just making sure that we know enough to respond or, not respond when we're given or asked questions about something that's happening.
okay.
So it's just giving the tools that we need to do our role, to fulfill our duties as commissioners and to address concerns from the public.
Okay.
All right, and then
I don't know if that fits in the.
that gets us to 13 on page 13. I think that's
Could I
what
just
that-
also just quickly respond? I also think that the issue, and I think that this is a bigger question for another time in terms of policy, but it's also, and this is where you're feeling the pressure. It's the timing on investigations and what is perceived as your need to keep things private and moving forward, and businesses need to understand. And I think that we need to, going forward, and I have sort of joked, and it's not funny, but we're not regulating plutonium or Ebola. And I think that when we have businesses that are out there that are looking to communicate, to understand, these businesses can't use a regular bank. And so they have all of these investors. And again, I've been in the early stage, technology world, and you have to raise money and you have these investors pushing you. It creates a problem for you, but it also, you have state representatives and state senators and, different people like that. I think that going forward, sort of understanding the sort of, I consider it almost overly criminal nature with which we manage our investigations. And this is not you. This is what the legislature started. And they, you can't see plants from the window, and you can't see the infrastructure that was created by the legislation, I think has created a need to be very, very sheltered in terms of, how we deal with businesses. And this is not telling you how to do your job, but I think that the more we can communicate, and I know that you and Sean have been talking about ways that we can satisfy the needs for businesses to continue to move forward. They're businesses, and we don't want them going out of business. We don't want people losing their jobs, before holiday. So I really think that it's making sure that we understand and the staff understands what we're regulating, why we're regulating it, how we're serving this, but most importantly, how we can preemptively take the pressure off of us so that we're not going, oh, what's going, and the senator's calling me, and Sean, what are you doing? So that's, for my purposes, it's not telling people how to do their job, but it's saying, because the legislature has created something that is like a nuclear power plant, how do we think about what that is going forward? And I know you guys have been thinking about it, and I applaud you for that, but that will do a lot to make these conversations never even happen. So that's the pressure that I think we're feeling, is that because there is this intent to keep us pure, that we can't know. And we're like, I don't know. How come you don't know? You're regulating these, and so that's, I think, the pressure that I'm feeling from the outside. It's what the Boston Globe said. It's what reps and senators, are saying. And again, it's not that anyone's not doing their job well. It's that, how do we communicate with people so that we're not? So I don't know if and I don't know, maybe you have a different take on it.
Sort of, but I think I'm a little cold in some ways. Like I don't feel the same pressure when when senators or reps reach out.
Yeah.
It's just like, they have a job, we have a job.
Yeah.
I think there's some not miscommunication, but I think to the outside world, outside of us, there's not that understanding of how we operate in 30 days. They just don't understand it,
Yeah.
they don't get it.
Yeah.
And I got into this, like, it was almost confrontational. And, I was with the Boston Globe and one of the scrums. What do you think about this investigation? It's taking so long. What are you guys doing? Do you feel like this is fair? Like, I think that that's more of an educational thing in terms of people outside of our agency understanding the way that we operate.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's par for the course in terms of people not getting the response.
But the point is, we're defending the process, and I
Yeah.
just think that it's important that to remember what we're regulating, to remember that we're trying to facilitate an industry. And there are greater pressures, on many of these businesses to be able to function. And I just want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to communicate with businesses within the parameters of what you have to do, because I think that takes, I don't care if a state rep, and I'll tell them, I can't talk to you about this, I can't. And again, anytime I get a call, I bother Sean with it. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't answer, I bother Sean. And I just say, Sean, this is coming in, I want you to know, and and again, I'm not trying to respond to them, but I just think that structurally on the inside, how are we talking with those businesses? What kind of information? So go ahead.
Recommendation. I'm gonna move us on. Sorry. If I don't move us on, you're gonna
Sure.
get upset with me because we're gonna
I
get some.
won't.
I know, but, anyway, thank you for that discussion. I think we have a sense of where the group is on what needs to be revised. Okay, go ahead, because
Okay.
you're not gonna let me
Really
go.
quickly. It would be helpful for us, not to talk, and I've been asked about investigation, I'm sorry, I can't comment, it's an ongoing investigation. I think that's appropriate for commissioners to say, right, to preserve the integrity. But if it's a high level thing, like, so right now, there's a lot of talk about worker safety, right? We're hearing it everywhere about the Lorna thing, just open this can of worms about if we had talking points. What is, like, if you guys were able to give the commissioners talking points about a high level thing like that, without getting into the minutia, without giving away everything, that would be helpful for us on high level things that we hear out there constantly. So that would be, so when we're asked, we can say, yes, we're aware the commission is da, 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 da. So that's all I'm gonna say. For
Okay,
Romanet,
thank
when
you.
appropriate, for the commissioners to have talking points would help me.
All right, structural mechanisms for joint commissioner and commission staff work. Starts on the bottom of page 9 and goes through to the very top of page 11. There's some editing, but there are also some questions.
This is one of the areas where I had a question and from Yana's comment, maybe we had the same comments, maybe we've had the same question. This whole section to me read like standard operating procedures, and we actually have standard operating procedures for some of these things. But it looks like a conscious decision. So can you give the executive director commissioners, why do you have these sections? I honestly, what was the discussion around them?
So I can just say that I wrote this section from I think it's a policy, or a standard operating procedure. Someone sent me that memo.
I'm asking about the whole thing, structural mechanism.
Right, I understand. And I'm saying that whole section got written from that, and
She's asking why.
Why?
I understand it. I was gonna answer that part
Okay,
back.
sorry.
So my understanding on behalf of the commissioners is there was a desire to have a document that would give them a one-stop shopping kind of thing of how things operate. And since this had been unclear to people, that it would be helpful to them as well as to other future commissioners. So I think that's why the commissioners can respond if I didn't get that right.
Well, also with the existing SOPs, there was still confusion. And so we have all of those and there's still a little confusion about communication and about, I think that most importantly, it's when we have these working groups, when we have these SOPs, the communication between the executive director and the commissioners about how we make that happen. So it's.
Right, and I think, so the question that you're raising, as I understand it, Alyssa, is should there just be a reference here to the SOP in an appendix, because the SOP can more easily be changed than the charter? So I think that's the question that
That would be
is
my
worth
my
posing to
recommendation, because
people.
using the one-stop shop analogy, or the shop's already out of stock. And some of these goods that you have in here don't match what your supplier gave you. So
Does this not sync up with what you see as sort of the general parameters of either the current policy?
yeah, there's a few things in here that are not aligned to the existing SOPs. And my other question, kind of in looking at this and thinking about durability, is why these? Like, your commissioners in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, they might look at this agreement or these and be like, that
Because
doesn't matter.
this charter is also a living document and it will, we actually, I forget the timetable, but we are creating
So
a
you're thinking about
timetable.
keeping it up
Yes,
to
yeah,
speed?
yeah. This
So-
is
But I
something
think,
that will change.
Alyssa, I think what I'm hearing you say is like why this particular section, particularly when it comes to the charter policy.
No, for the whole section, the whole rest of the agreement till about the end is SOPs. It's processing, some of which we already have.
Got it.
And so if you guys vote on this, especially in public, I got to go back and all our departments have to change our SOPs to match this.
That never came up, so.
Okay. And if there were, the other thing I was thinking the other way is if we develop, and we already have example for the budget, Adriana and I just coincidentally, based on this year and last year, we're like, we got to make some changes to make it easier for commissioners and executive director. So we were already in the process of making some changes. So we just have these conflicts.
I think this is also from a commissioner perspective, which has to now blend in with your larger SOPs, but yeah,
And then my other question was, and just not knowing your discussions was like, why these issues? And if it was the idea of like, these are today's issues
today's.
and we would delete them or something in the future, I get that. But
Yeah.
my recommendation would be, I don't see this as governance, I see it as process. And my recommendation would be addendums, references, something else.
Yeah, but this is a guide, this is really, this is like a framework for commissioners to comport themselves. And if we have to, I mean, again, I guess you could just, I wouldn't want it by reference, I'd want it, well, see, that's the thing.
This is like
Are you
the
thinking
next,
like a chapeau that goes over all of those
I
policies?
mean, I think very practical, this is like,
What is that?
Oh. Or a capstone document. Oh, sorry.
you can tell she's operating.
You good?
I just said, yeah, because I figured that's what it said, but.
We're gonna be sending you to Paris after.
There's too many things going on at once. Two things. A menu is coming down. Let's start a list and just put your name and your item on that list. Commissioner Camargo, you were going to respond to the
Let's send this
suggestion?
email you about the menu, so you can, or text me the email.
In the chateau. That Alyssa is working on. I think also from the perspective of, we know that there's a lot of SOPs.
Yeah.
I think for commissioners, I mean, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I guess for just myself, this will be the first document as well that any commissioner gets when onboarding. And from that perspective, it's in here. These are some of the issues that have caused us a little friction and confusion, and we haven't had clarity
Okay.
on. So I think we kind of worked on our major sort of issues that we've seen. And having it in one place here, I think has been helpful for us, but I think it's a reminder, Commissioner Stebbins has a long list of trainings. I know that there was an SOP training recently, right? But I also, so recently I didn't realize there was an SOP for everything.
Yeah.
Right?
And
So-
they're continuing.
Yeah, so I think, you may be here longer than any of us commissioners. I think just so you know, that's the perspective where it came from. This is really a handbook for us.
Okay.
I think it was meant to give us, the first thing we all arrived wanting to do was to work with staff and understanding
Yeah.
how to do that. Maybe a little PTSD from how it might have been done, but certainly this is the best format for us to use it if we're looking for something long range. And I think just incorporating that by reference is our easiest way to lay it out for us, lay it out for the next round of commissioners, as well as offering some safeguards to staff.
But it sounds like from an operational point of view, sorry,
Sean wanted to get in the
Sean,
conversation.
please
and
get into the conversation, not required. Sean, speak up,
I'm
man.
listening. I feel a little mouse to raise my hand. The sentiment I think is conveyed sufficiently. It's basically, and the reason I guess, Alyssa, that I was comfortable including this as well is there was a question about how does work get done at this agency? And one of the early indicators that I offered to the commissioners was we tend to put things in charters, and it just allows everybody to know who's in, who's out, what's your time, what resources, and it just allows us to then focus that work. And I think it's also an agreement that commissioners they're by incorporating it here, they're saying we intend to comply with that process as well. And there's also language too that may not need to be in the SOP. So I want to hear your perspective on this too. If the charter is not either approved or agreed to, are there alternatives? And I think that's what commissioners are also looking for options on and saying, if we can't put resources to it, one, I think the commissioners are saying, we understand. However, don't just say no to me. Let's explore alternatives as well. And I don't know that that's right for sort of the other SOP, but I also realize we're creating almost like a two-tier system, which is uncomfortable. But I think one of the things I'm appreciative of is commissioners saying, if there's a way to get work done at this agency, we want to be part of that. So I guess that's why it made its way into here, from my perspective.
Yeah.
Probably Sean, because I did not talk to Sean before you made this.
Just quickly clarify, is there a piece of paper that we're sending around? I just want to get this.
It is, yeah. I think that it's,
Yeah, it's, okay, sorry, I just want to, I apologize, yeah.
I think that our, when we first started, it wasn't really a charter process, the project and charter process. And I gotta say that I enjoyed that process for the reasons that Sean has stated, because we know, first of all, from my point of view, I can articulate my ask. From your point of view, including executive director, you can see the ask, see where the resources are. My ask, I'm working in the silo of, from licensing, to enforcement action. I'm not working from a silo of communications. I'm not working from a silo of legal and stuff like that. So it gives the commission now, as well as second director, as well as the budget people, to see these different asks, where they can come together in terms of coordination and where they can be individually dealt out. The second piece I like is that I have found that when commissioners are involved with my groups in terms of these charters, it seems to be more disciplined. you know, those, and it actually frees me up because the commissioner is now working through, the commissioners are now working through that staff. So I can more focus and my leadership team, you know, the directors can focus on more of the day-to-day. You guys get the access to the staff, get things, your priorities done. We get to get our everyday done, and it's done in a disciplined manner. The reason why I like that it's in the charter, because having seen what it was like in a world when nothing existed, and now we have this process. Let's live with it for a while. Let's, a next group of commissioners, if it doesn't work for them.
Let them figure it out.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So that said, what I think we should do is look at the proposed changes. And Alyssa, many of those are yours, so maybe you can take us through some of them. Yep.
I just want to, I understand the concept now, so thank you for that. I understand why these issues, I understand keeping it, this is actually a good way to keep it living. Rather than going through these changes one by one, because I didn't go through and try, I didn't have enough time to align what you have here with our actual SOPs. What I might suggest, if it's amenable to you guys, is we can cut and paste current SOPs into the sections where they exist. Where they maybe don't exist, I at least noted one. It can be noted as an outcome that I would say this is a really good way for commissioners, executive director, and staff to work together and actually exercise this to develop SOPs that matter. And maybe there's, again, a header or my chapeau that goes in there that says, you know, the following SOPs are meant to update it at least annually. That the current, and that they may change, you know, in our SOP library first, and that is the current reference.
I like that.
Something like that, because again, I'm just worried about the conflict and the amount of time it's gonna take to.
No, but it makes sense for us to keep it in uniform and
I think the only thing I would say about that is that we should look at them instead of just cut and paste, because there may be differences and there may be things that the commissioners put in here that are really important for them.
And that's fine, but again, if there are differences, then I have to reconcile those differences somewhere.
Right.
So an example would be like the external working group I've had for the past year. Is that necessarily in the SOP about external working groups? So like this kind of like, because there are going to be times where commissioners will have to work with partnering agencies and outside agencies. So I think this has the best interest of everybody in mind. If we leave it in direct reports, staff, to be respectful of everyone. I just like feel that commissioners were like a little unclear of how the whole, even though it's an SOP and maybe it's our fault, my fault, I didn't read it.
But you actually followed the SOP.
I did. I did. You helped me. And I thank you for that.
And he reads things in more detail than anybody.
Yeah. I won't come up with a solution here. What I would just ask you guys in revising is at least skim those.
Yeah.
And because if you write something here and you vote it on a public, like I said, the tail effect is that all of us have to go back and change our SOPs that may not be in the best interest of everybody
I
else.
think we're all in agreement.
So however you want to do that, I think is great. And that way too, you don't have to go through every one of my suggested changes.
Okay.
Here.
So is that, we'll get the SOP, look at it, see where the differences are.
And if you're missing anything, because I know you're doing a lot of the drafting, I'm happy to forward it.
Can I ask a related question? How frequently are those SOPs updated?
At least annually,
Really?
yeah.
So
Most
even
of them-
for the working groups and charters?
Yeah.
Oh.
And at least, so if you all read it and see something that doesn't work, you can change it. It's just an SOP. We can even add like a section on commissioner involvement, which I, want to make sure, again, we're reflecting the agreement and how you guys, the lived experience of being a commissioner.
Melissa, can you speak to, just really quickly, this, not everything we do has been put into an SOP. That's an ongoing project. Do you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, if you guys see something that you want in an SOP, we can draft it. And like I said, I caught one in here. If there are some, we do have some SOPs that are specific to commissioners. We can do that. And really to capture how we operate today. The other thing I was just going to say is I worked in other organizations that got around charter requirements by saying, oh, we're not a working group, we're a tiger team. Oh, we're not a working group, this is just, so that's the other thing I would be careful of doing. Like,
Sean says he's not approving any tiger teeth.
yeah, but just like make sure that when you guys are thinking about implementation, the first thing humans do when confronted with standard operating procedure is find their loophole. So we all got to caution and look out for each other to not loophole it, to be like why we're different.
All right, so I'm gonna get the SOP from you, figure out what's consistent and what's not,
Yes.
and bring that back for our next meeting. Let's move then to legislative and executive outreach. And this also came from a written policy. So not sure if people want to refer to that, but there are some questions that were raised. One question was, where's the executive director in this? And then again, it has the same overall question, is this a policy or an SOP? Christine?
Yeah, I just would want to distinguish here. So I often get calls from council at other agencies because there's some common jurisdiction we have or obligation between. I have an obligation in those moments to alert the executive director and to coordinate with DGAP as necessary. But I think this section is more concerned with the development of policy. Is that correct? So if that's the case, I just would want to focus it a little bit more.
It's not solely,
Okay, okay.
I mean, it's not solely, I mean, this is also making sure that we understand sort of as a commission, kind of how, it's basically interactions, right? Am I saying this right? It's not just policy, it's also sort of any interactions and outreach. Because sometimes it's gonna fall out of the, and this is what we're trying to sort of clarify, when it sort of falls out of what the standard policy and mission of the commission is and how we comport ourselves.
Okay, so I think if it's to the extent that it's not on policy development, it probably, DGAP has an outsized role here as compared to council. There's gonna be certain circumstances where council's in the lead on these kinds of interactions. So I would just note that.
Can you expand on that?
Yeah, so, one of the things that I do is on occasion, for the Office of the Attorney General, the municipal law unit is one classic example. Occasionally, they're asked to review the town bylaw, and they will on occasion reach out to me and say, this is the decision we've rendered on this town bylaws compliance with the law. Are you in agreement with that? And so in those instances, I'll alert DGAP and I'll make a judgment call as to whether I need to reach out to YOW or something like that. But it's largely my process. It's not really, DGAP's not in the mix in the same way that I'm in. I'll get another example is I'll get a subpoena from federal investigators. And under the terms, it's a grand jury subpoena. Under the terms of the subpoena, I can't create a wide, I can't inform lots of different people about it. I have to keep it very narrow, circumscribed. So I'll work with the executive director to task specific staff to help me identify the documents that need to be produced. So I'm just, if this is sitting in policy, I'm fine. There's a different lens I'm going to have here. If it's not sitting solely in policy, then it's a little problematic for me. So. Okay.
Just can I touch on the policy development? This is ultimately what the commission adopted and voted on at a public meeting. And so I think, and we've had some discussions even in these executive session context about what if we were to change this or that. The effect of it though would be, from my standpoint at least, the commission's already voted on this. So if we're going to make changes here, we need to make sure that publicly voted on and adopted policy is also appropriately updated too. So I think, Christine, for context at least, what might be helpful is this is really where the commission wants to turn into that advocate, that external and public facing advocate for, and I don't think it's limited to it's more commonly used in the state legislative context, but it also could be federal, right? There could be other circumstances, but it's really that, what are we going to lobby for? Are we going to make a policy statement that could be helpful in either educating or then informing those policymakers outside of us? So I guess in hearing your interactions, those sound more administrative.
Well, that was hence my first question,
Yeah.
which is that if that's focused in that direction, that's one thing. If it's,
Sure.
if it's not, then it's a different thing for me.
Yeah,
So,
but I think that's, just wanted to be clear about the source of this
Yeah.
approach and policies that.
I want to, Christine, if that wasn't clear, what, should we title it differently? Like what would give you the clarity?
I would say on the development of new policy or on addressing existing policy matters, something that makes it clear that it's basically on that policy development piece. I mean, everything the commission does at some level is policy, but sometimes it's just legal compliance, you know? So my job is, so I think you could, maybe put some limiting language on this to say that nothing in this section precludes the general counsel from addressing legal compliance matters in consultation with the executive director or something like that. So that gives me some out to going through this if I'm making a judgment call that wouldn't be appropriate.
And I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time following.
Okay.
What I'm trying to follow where the commissioner is doing something, through this strategy that is right. Like I'm trying to think of, give me an example of something that's happening, because I think this is how I kind of operate. Well, the commissioner who is extending, talk to the attorney general or another office, and that's something that implicates legal,
I think there's a place in which, like, you just as a body of commission have compliance obligations,
Okay.
okay? And they could either come from us communicating outwards or somebody communicating to us saying you need to do X, Y, and Z. And I just want to make sure, it's my obligation and duty to make sure that you understand that you're in compliance in the law, to give you annual updates and things like that. But I just don't want that kind of compliance situation to be confused with what's happening here, which is more the development of policy and the coordination with other governmental officials and agencies with regards to policy. Does that make sense? I mean, I think that's what you're doing here. I don't want to make it overly complicated, but I just want to make sure that people understand that there's a distinction there.
Christine, I'm lost too,
Okay.
but I'm lost, but I think I understand what you're saying, but
Okay.
as it relates to this portion, which is just the legislative and executive branch outreach, after the policy that Commissioner Roy, you did an amazing job at the Rhode Island interview a couple of days ago. I saw it on TV, and you talked about the legislative outreach, right? And I was like, oh shit, like, yeah, it sounded so good, and it was like, you put it in context, right? So like, I think that's what we're talking about here.
That's fine. I'm good
Right.
with that.
But if you think there's a legal number, like if there needs to be a number 8 to have some kind of legal, for example, we all voted on social consumption. Commissioner Stebbins and I are having conversations with some folks around social consumption, just him and I. And Matt is in the loop of it if we're meeting with, let's say, the city of Brockton or Springfield, and we're saying, hey, so what do you think about social consumption? Like, can you give me an example in terms of that legality there? Because this is how I see it, just very specific on what we voted on and the process as it relates to only this process around.
I have actually
process.
a good example that kind of deals with a little bit of attention is, one could say under the new equity legislation that there's going to be more of an interaction between the commission and municipalities
Yep.
around HDAs, right?
Yeah.
That kind of threads hits both domains, you know what I mean, in a way that's not as clean. Like, in other words, I might feel as general counsel, we should put out guidance on X, Y, and Z as a legal compliance matter. That might actually have a different, folks in DGAP shop might have a different perspective on whether that's advisable or not. So that's kind of a situation where there's a little bit, the line is a little less clear.
Christine, can I build on your example? I think
Yeah.
for me, clearly gets it. So in that engagement around social consumption, you may start to get questions from the city or town's solicitor about how they can legally move forward in the process. I think that's where you draw the line
Yes.
further, Christine.
Absolutely. That's where we draw the line. Yeah.
That's a good example. Thank you, both of you. Okay.
So
I think you need to, yeah, we need
So,
to.
so Commissioner Camargo suggested that we add another, like a number 8, and maybe, Christine, could you give me that language?
Sure.
What that should be?
Great.
Yes.
I need a little clarity, Christine. So what about, a commissioner not speaking on behalf of the commission, but working on their own priority, right? So whether it's prevention education for me or expungement for you, and say you worked with EOPS, or so now you're working I worked with different government agencies. Do we need to speak to that in this document, or do we stay silent?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sure. So there may be a point where a commissioner needs to, for me, prevention and education is a priority. Let's say, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Concepcion, but let's say expungement.
Independent work.
Independent work.
Yeah.
So, and there may be a time to foster that conversation and further that would need to partner with the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, or Registry of Motor Vehicles, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Do we stay, because that's working now, that's communicating with outside agencies when we haven't voted on it. So do we need to stay silent on that, or do we need to address that here?
Good question.
So if Christine or you, I think that kind of segues into what my feedback
Okay.
was. And so one of the things I shared with Susan was I think we need to evolve the policy document to an SOP at this point, because there's enough room for interpretation that different commissioners are approaching the legislative and executive outreach, some of the expectations such as notification differently. And so I think there's some value in adding clarity on what would be effective and proper notification. Because outside of that, someone could say, I did notify, but it wasn't done in a manner or timeliness that allows staff to advise, mitigate, or otherwise support the interaction.
Excuse me, that's going to get into the external communications section.
Yeah, but I think
Is
there's,
this section, or is it
I
both?
think it's both. I
For
think
Roy's
it's both.
point, it's
Okay.
blended into, yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
so, and maybe to your point, the project charters speak to that, and therefore there should be, through the executive director, notification of the appropriate departments, because it's all laid out in the project charter.
Well, Commissioner Roy, can I ask you a clarifying question?
Yes.
If I may, on what you're talking about, so let's just say independent work as it relates to this section. So I'm working on something independent.
Horse cannabis.
I'm always working on horse cannabis.
Okay.
We haven't told you that.
That's the example we use so that we don't throw each other under the bus.
Yeah.
So, I'm working on horse cannabis. You all have not voted on it, period. However, I've talked to the ED and to Matt, and I'm saying, hey, I'm gonna do some legislative outreach on horse cannabis. What I'm hearing Commissioner Roy say, in that situation, we should also abide by the legal piece that you're talking about. Because I can't go talk about horse cannabis and the ordinance of keeping, horse cannabis in the barn in, I don't know, Springfield or something. So I think there's still a piece of this where even if I'm working on an independent project, I should abide by your legal number 8. So Commissioner Roy's basically saying like,
The legal part is lost.
Yeah,
That's
well, when they get to me and they say, well, Commissioner Camargo, where do you think that the stables are gonna hold the horse cannabis? I don't know, I just want horse cannabis. I don't care where you gotta talk to our legal team or let me stop talking. Because that's out of my, we don't have a reg for horse cannabis storage yet. So I would have to abide by the legalities of what she's talking about, a little bit number 8, where it's kind of like, I draw the line there and say, that's not my, it's not my jurisdiction or whatever it is. I think that's how I'm interpreting what
Yeah.
Roy's saying.
Maybe-
And how this is.
Maybe it's as simple as, at some point, there's there's an outreach to the general counsel to say, is there an interaction here that we need to worry about?
There should be an umbrella for
Yeah.
anything that we vote on and anything we're working on independently.
But is there a way to build out 7? Because I think that speaks to your point. And maybe A is consult with the executive director and the general counsel.
Sure, there you go.
Oh, there you go. That works.
And I promise I didn't speak to.
Yeah, no, you
That's-
you've
That's
been
a-
patient, sorry.
That's where I was getting ready to go, and I was gonna come from,
I
actually.
didn't raise my.
I was
Some of
actually
you
coming
are
from the
working for
ACA.
some of you less so.
I was actually gonna use the ACA municipal regulations stuff we're gonna do, right? Where you guys may have interactions with municipal officials.
Yeah.
Secretary may have interactions with municipal officials. Christine may have interactions with solicitors who are trying to get some guidance. Who's the traffic cop and all that?
Yeah.
I think the executive director needs to be the traffic cop, because I know that if a municipality comes to us and say, hey, what should we be thinking about in terms of development of these areas? I would say, go to your solicitor. If the municipal solicitor comes to me, then I'm gonna say, go to Christine, but I might be missing someone. Matt. So who keeps an eye on this point?
This is an issue I raised a couple months ago, in that Sean is the traffic cop, but also the bottleneck, but also the punching bag for what doesn't get communicated. For instance, I might like to know that Commissioner Camargo is working on horse cannabis, so that I'm not, if I'm out talking or speaking, that I'm like, what? Huh? I didn't know this. And so one of the things that, I've suggested, but it's not necessarily for this document, is there someone who becomes Sean's traffic cop, who makes sure that all of the.
Oh, no, I was just trying to.
Oh, okay. No, but I'm just saying, is there that, but I originally raised my hand to say, how do we know when these non-commission approved issues are being explored? Because I think that it's not fair, it's not fair, but I think that other commissioners need to know when it's happening, where it's happening, just so that we don't get caught flat-footed and we don't do that.
And we gotta create the culture amongst ourselves as commissioners as well, to be able to have those conversations.
Yeah, but legally we can't.
Yeah, Alyssa and then Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, I think there's, I like Cedric's point about it's time to SOP the policy. So it's time to move from here is what we should do to here is how we do it. And I think that's what you're kind of getting to here, but I also noted the question at the top of what's the role for the executive director? I think for any executive director, it diminishes the role if the only thing that the executive director is doing is communicating point to point. The executive director can be an important communicator for legislative and executive branch outreach. And I didn't see that role for an executive director factored in here. And I don't know, again, if that was just the question you were addressing at this time, but it's one of the gaps I saw of just like, what is the role of the executive director in the actual outreach and in the engagement? That's a powerful role.
Which Sean does a lot. for the
Right,
board.
but we
Yeah.
haven't acknowledged that fact.
It was an oversight. I just didn't think about it.
Okay. The other piece
You
that
didn't
I'm
think
hearing.
about Sean, he's been in the room the whole time.
No, well, he's stealthy that way. The other thing I
Sean has a
was.
question.
He has a, well,
Oh,
No,
no,
I
the
don't. I
other,
was-
the other, the other thing I was thinking about, and this might go to what Christine was, and Cedric, maybe there's not a way. I was also thinking there might be a technical solution to some of these communication problems where you don't have to rely on the human of the executive director all the time. And I have to flesh it out a little more. So it's a bit of a brainstorm that Christine, you probably need to advise in terms of open governance. With Teams or with Dynamics, with many other systems, we could have a passive place of posting activities. We also have an executive assistant. We have 2 executive assistants. Who, again, not wanting to violate open meeting or like the serial communication, but if it's the passive sharing of information and appointments, one thing we're working on is like just a calendar. But I was trying to think here, again, this is the brainstorm, so it might not go in here, but if the problem is knowing what people are doing, what the issues are, we have technology that can help us where you're not having to rely on a person. Because I also heard you earlier, I know a lot of this ends up going back to Sean, which is a bottleneck, but a pivot point, or I shouldn't say Sean, it goes back to an executive director. But there might be ways to take the human out if it's just the sharing of information. And your discussions just made me think of that. So if that's something that as you go, you're amenable to, I can keep flushing out and make sure we stay within the rules. Could also be a place then where staff sees these things.
Yeah.
And
And
is
if you can
able to
make it a
jump
public
in.
document, this was actually a
I don't know.
question that someone else had raised with me, is that, and just like, just make it a public document.
Okay.
But I don't see, this is something that we have to get a legal, because Susan couldn't even like send us all some of these drafts of this charter.
Right.
So I still don't understand. And someone just said, just make it public. I'm like, I don't know. So we need you to sort of opine on that. I think that's a great idea, but I don't know if we legally can do it unless it's an internal
I
communication.
mean, it really depends on how detailed it
Right.
is. It might, just off the top of my head, to do it, it may not be effective. You know what I mean? Without as more of a, you would, I think, want some of those perspectives and opinions in there, and that's where you would get into
Right.
the open meeting law issue. So, I think, put it this way, it might be a start,
Yeah.
a gateway into another conversation, but I don't think seeing it as the ultimate repository
Yeah,
makes
agreed.
sense.
All right, I've got Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Camargo, and Cedric.
I think Cedric's hand went up before me, so I'm gonna start playing by the rules and let him
All right, we can let him go.
So, I mean, I think it could be viewed as a lesser point, but it's really a critical one, and Commissioner Camargo touched on it. Coach is a huge part of the conversation here as well, because my team is often in the conversations about new ideas, legislative outreach, projects that people want to bring online. Quite often they come with a caveat of, but don't tell anybody yet. And so I think there is something to be said about how commissioners are engaging as a whole when they have projects that they're not ready to share.
Yeah.
And so where is the staff responsibility when they know something, but they came with this kind of safeguarded attachment to it and the expectations being discussed now?
That's a fair statement.
I have Stebbins, Commissioner Stebbins, then.
Yeah,
Commissioner
no,
Roy.
and Cedric started to touch on something, which is, I think there's a responsibility on the five of us. We meet in public every month. I think we gotta start changing up how we start having conversations about the non-strict agenda pieces. Like if Commissioner Camargo feels she's at a great point to talk about horse cannabis, maybe having a sounding board between the executive director and communications and say, I think I'm ready to talk about this now. It might come up in commissioner comments, it might come up in some other place on the agenda, but I think,
Or your section, Commissioner Stebbins.
or your section,
The section you.
I think there's an obligation we need to start taking on of, let's use our open public meeting to talk about what each other is doing. And it's up to us if we want to bring it up or it needs more work or I don't want to talk about it now. But I think instead of the executive director always being that bottleneck with the three hats that he has to wear, some of it's incumbent upon us to say, I'm ready to bring this forward now. I'm ready to talk about it. I might raise it as, what should we be doing? And start having an open conversation. What should we do about horse cannabis? What should we do about what Commissioner Roy is working on? I think the five of us need to think more proactively about using our public meeting to not
we have to
wax too
implement
much,
it.
but thinking through more stuff.
Because you were just talking about.
Roy's been, Commissioner Roy.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to piggyback what Cedric said. So, and I agree, like somebody might approach you within a concept, right? And don't share it yet because it's kind of in its infancy. But once it gets to your desk for a signature, for a project charter, it's being executed. So when you guys share with us, when there's a blackout period, right, you always share it with us. So we know it's a blackout period. So I guess I'm asking a question. Is it possible for and some of them are, might be not boring, but like, you guys got a part of charter to contract with somebody, but it's still resources from the commission and the commissioners should know. Is there a way that you can share with us, just like the blackout periods, every time you sign a project charter, then we all know. We all know.
What about the outreach? Because now we're talking about the legislative and executive outreach.
Right, and then if a commissioner has a concern at that point, I guess.
I'm sorry, I know, I jumped in.
The charters are all being shared. We've got that in that
No,
section.
they're passively being shared, not proactively. Are they being
This document requires it now. This would require it.
perfect? Okay, because that would be helpful to all of us to know. Okay.
Yes.
I think I was asking specifically for this section though, because we're not getting around, if we're working on other things and if we're communicating with municipalities, senators, reps, so on and so forth, that sort of communication and notification mechanism, like that's where we're
That's
not.
that, right? We talked about that a little
And
bit.
that's where Matt's report starts to fold into that.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Assuming that knows about it.
Assuming that Matt's-
That's true too.
Right.
Right.
Information and in a timely manner.
Right.
No, but I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Chairwoman, you brought this up earlier, a couple minutes ago, about how we know when we're not overlapping, that one commissioner is working on something, another commissioner is working on another thing in their own silos, but it's not at a point where you have notified me or I've notified you. So this is still not accounted for within this, and that's not a mad thing, because as you said, and you've also said, Commissioner, if we don't want that to be shared, if it's too early, then there's no way of us knowing amongst each
Yeah.
other what's
I'm just
happening.
saying, it goes back to
But
Commissioner
it
Stebbins.
does come back to 7, at least A in my view of
Yeah.
that.
But also, I think to your point, Stebbins, is that you,
I might have missed that though. You're saying in A, that's when we are notified?
No, I'm saying, so if you read 7, this is talking about our outreach unrelated to, the formal government affairs plan, where we're doing some unrelated commission supported outreach plan. In doing so, this is going back to, if we're not at that, I want to publicize it level, where it says, hey, consult with the executive director. And again, that's a requirement of all 5 of us, so that if he's had a conversation with one commissioner, maybe he says, Commissioner so-and-so is working on this too, in case the 2 of you want to talk. If he hears 2 or more of us are working on it, then it's.
So I had a question though, because I thought the point that Cedric was raising was before anyone's going to do any legislative outreach, but rather goes to someone from his shop and says, don't tell anybody, but I want information about this. And so no one's gone. Is that correct? Is that
That could be a way it plays out, but I think I'm hearing a resolution for that. So I'm hearing that commissioners are comfortable when there's in the conceptual phase for there not to be a sharing of that information. But then when it hits a certain milestone, for that to initiate some sort of notification to others, which may be the executive director saying, I just got a charter, a draft charter that touches upon similar issues. We might need to make sure we're well aligned.
Chair O'Brien?
No, come on.
yeah, I've been skipped a couple
Okay,
of times.
sorry.
It's okay.
I think I'm gonna,
It's all right. It's even because you
go ahead,
just did
because
a
I'm gonna
couple.
echo what you're gonna say, I think. So.
I don't know, let's see. But thank you for the confidence. Commissioner Stebbins, we had talked about this before, and I told you and I'm like, I don't want to push you until you're ready for it, but we had talked about the one section in the agenda for us to have discussion around, hey, I'm working on, I'm not kidding. I am mentally transitioning. I have 3 years left. What am I working on? What do I want to do? What regs do I want to hit? What do I want to do internally, right? So my point is that with that agenda item that we still haven't done or we haven't even, as commissioners, we haven't been able to do this. The first time that we've been able to have our meetings in public have been these governance things, which we have not been, we're so afraid, I would say, not afraid, but so sensitive about what we say in public or the conversations we have. We're very respectful, right? We try not to bring our dirty laundry to public meetings, but there's some stuff that, Commissioner Concepcion, to your point earlier, like, it's okay, we have to have those conversations in public. And we haven't practiced, you know, I don't care if no one's watching, but if the last 30 minutes is just for us to shoot the shit
Mhm.
of like, hey, by the way, I'm gonna have this meeting on Friday. Hey, Commissioner Roy, I used your PowerPoint on a meeting, you know, Friday morning, right? Like, we don't have that. And I think for us, I think you're right. We need to get comfortable with that and also not be afraid to have those conversations online. So that part that you were working on, that separate agenda section, should be something that we kind of get into practice. I had reached out to Alyssa and to Sean and to the chair about having public meetings next year, you know, before March, maybe like in February or something. You gave me the SOPs, I've been reading it, you know, shared with the chair. How do we do that? You know, because I think there's a part of that that for us, we do need. And I think, Christine, you said it earlier, right? What are the pressures? What is it that you all need? You talked about it earlier. So I think that some of that, to your point, is that we also as commissioners need to build more trust a little and not be afraid to push back on each other in public, and not in public. So I think that's a huge part of our own commissioner culture that we haven't even been able to explore.
So I will in following up. So one of the things that we had talked is your section. And one of the things that I had sort of pushed back on is I'm trying to make sure that we're also protecting staff. That when we put something like on an agenda
Sure.
and then the staff isn't ready for it, we don't want to embarrass the staff. So this is where I had talked to Sean. He gave me some examples that it could have been kind of embarrassing for the staff. So I just had asked, you know, Commissioner Stebbins, let's sort of think about that.
Yeah.
But we don't have to have an agenda in 4 months that says, we're holding you, we're holding you, we're holding you.
Yeah.
It's really more having the conversation of what's coming into the future.
Yeah.
So one, we protect the ability of the staff to work at their pace, but we can at least say, I might like to, you know what I mean? The only thing in talking with Sean that I was a little bit worried is putting something, this is gonna be reported on by this date.
Yeah.
And then the staff's not ready and
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
want to, so I think we're actually in
Yeah.
agreement. And
But
again, I think it's really
us-
just,
Yeah.
but if we're in the room and have, you know, it is easier.
I mean, here's a
to do
perfect
those
example
conversations.
is, you know,
And we're
there's,
not planning on the meeting.
no, I mean, the perfect example is, as commissioners, we haven't talked about yet in terms of when we're gonna come back as having a public meeting.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about coming back to office. That's none of my business. We've delegated that to Sean. There's a working group on it. For me personally, I will wait for those recommendations. But for public meeting, we haven't had that conversation.
Yeah.
You know, and you and I started it and I wanted to check in with, you know, Sean and Alyssa, but that's one of the things that maybe in December, we have a conversation or in January.
You mean at
prepare.
the public meeting?
Yeah,
I mean, we
because-
have discussed it in these governance a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
yeah, true, but I'm just using that as an example that we haven't been able to have that conversation
Yeah.
in terms of like, how do people feel? You know, do we do it in February? Do we have the capacity? Do we know how to run it already? Do we know, you know, so I think just perfect example of us commissioners not
Yeah.
having that sense.
Commissioner Concepcion.
There's just a comment. So I'm thinking in this box of the legislative and executive branch outreach. And I will say, you know, we all operate differently, but in my opening statements during our public meetings, I use that time. I talk about what I'm working on. I talk about the priorities. I talked about, you know, suitability when it was coming out of the Senate and again, when it was coming before the House. So I actually do utilize
Yeah, yeah.
that. I don't, you know, we don't have an open discussion and
Right.
dialogue
Yeah, yeah.
back and forth, but I kind of lay out, okay, I met with EOPS.
Yeah.
I'm talking about expungement, I'm talking
Yeah.
about sealing, and that's just for you all to have
Yeah,
awareness,
yeah,
and for
yeah.
anyone watching to have awareness too, so I
Yeah,
think that
that's
that is an
example.
opportunity.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that it's worked to let you guys know what I've been working on, but
Yeah.
maybe that's, I don't know.
Yeah.
if we need
Yeah,
to make
yeah,
a
yeah.
decision to it.
No, but you're right, we do use that.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the question about where's the executive director in this section? And I have one suggestion, which is in number 1, to just say the commissioners and the executive director are considered cannabis subject matter experts, et cetera. And then is there another place or is there another point to make regarding the executive director's role with regard to legislative outreach? Sean?
I'm reading through it
Okay.
to see where it might go. You could theoretically add something in 5.
5, yeah.
I thought in 7, well, even though it says consult.
Can you say a little bit more about 5, what we're reading through?
Work with commissioners and the executive director to coordinate. In other words, if there was a way to pull my role into an outreach plan based on their strategy.
And in 6 executive contracts also.
I think that's relevant, absolutely. Yeah, that should be tracked.
Question.
Yep.
So Canberra.
Sure.
So you're heavily involved, certain staff. I don't know how much commissioners are involved. I know I'd like to learn more and
Sure.
participate more in Canberra. So I feel like all of this conversation is talking about Massachusetts, government officials, legislative, and I don't feel like it addresses like if some commissioners want to be part of Canada and national lens, and now that it's a federal conversation, I don't know, does this address it enough? Because I don't know if it does.
Alyssa?
Actually, to that point, I noticed that earlier in roles and responsibilities, I think you could address it earlier in the document. It did have a very state level focus.
Yeah, it's my deal.
And I encouraged it because the camera is the current example, but there are other bodies. But going to other additions, I also see needing to insert the executive director in a substantive role in 7. So it's not just you're consulting the executive director, but maybe it's individual commissioners and the executive director may engage. And I see here a responsibility if the executive director has a substantive engagement, he, she, they need to consult with commissioners or inform commissioners. So I saw 7 become a two-way street.
And piggybacking off of Alyssa's point, I wouldn't make it specific to camera. I think the point is really about regulators and other jurisdictions. Because as things.
Yeah, I just use that as an example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so where is that, just so that
I saw it,
So, yeah, because I think that was the place where it said government officials. And we had the conversation, should it say federal, state, municipal, and we decided government officials included all of them.
Encompassing,
But it sounds like it would be better to spell that out.
I guess, thing.
But that's the feedback that we're getting, is to expand it.
sounds like making that specificity in like non-governmental organizations or something like that to cover a number of bodies that commissioners and executive director have outreach and engagement.
Not to be dramatic, there could be an opportunity where one of us has to go in front of Congress, right? Because research hit the president's desk, and Massachusetts wants to be a leader in research, and we're gonna go down there and advocate to Massachusetts to be in front of Congress, we want federal dollars. Like, it's this plausible scenario where we would have to do that.
MJ Biz Conference is another one.
Yeah,
That's a non-governmental organization where past commissioners have engaged in working groups. An executive director could be invited to speak.
right.
So I think you could put that in the roles and responsibilities section up front. When you get to legislative, executive branch outreach, this is again where you're saying how you will do that. And I think just adding the executive director in here is important.
Sean, how do you feel? Because you're kind of quiet.
So I'm trying to keep in mind, I feel like we're talking about a lot of issues, but using what is a narrow, focused, commission adopted policy to have that conversation. So in other words, like how is the commission going to show up as an advocacy entity in advocating for policies in its interest? But the conversation, I think appropriately though, has swelled to how am I going to prioritize my priorities? And I feel like that's where the rest of the document we can sprinkle that throughout. So that's why, and I appreciate Alyssa saying, going back to the roles and responsibilities, because I think to Commissioner Roy's point, it's relevant how we present to other outside of Massachusetts. And I agree as far as coordinating with other regulators. One of the things I enjoy, and I'll just use Canberra as an example, not as the only one, is the ability to discuss with peers. Well, you have peers across the country that are in similar roles, and it would be important to network there. Admittedly, they don't engage with Canberra as much as you might think, but it doesn't mean that you can't start that as well.
Right.
So, but I don't think that is here. I think it's elsewhere in the document, if that makes sense.
Do we know when lunch is coming? Is Kate?
Yes, we
gonna let you-
do. Let me see.
So we're putting together an SOP so we can
Yeah.
tell each other.
I mean, I can say anything.
Would you be meal agnostic on that though?
Yeah.
Like just meal?
So,
If arriving between 1:40 and 1:50, so I asked Kate to give me notice.
Okay.
It's a big order.
Christine?
I just had a quick question is, I think different commissioners have different different relationships with their appointing authorities. And I just was wondering, how does this operate within that, for that dynamic?
I think, I'm not sure I might get the question.
So theoretically, under the law, once you're appointed, you could never talk to your appointing authority again unless you're facing one to the wall. There's an argument to be made for that. But that, I think as practical realities, different commissioners have a different level of communication with their respective appointing authorities. And so, I'm just wondering, how does that factor into what's being put down here? Is that considered to be off the books conversation? Or is that,
I would say so. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I would say so. I mean, I don't know if anybody disagrees, but I think so because
Unless you're putting something formally,
Yeah,
that's
Yeah,
private.
I think it depends
Or
on
I
that.
think it depends on the posture. If you're just communicating with them for the sake of checking in, that's one thing. If you're saying, I would like you to move this issue for me,
right?
then so I think it depends on the
So,
posture.
okay, that's good. I mean, because I have quarterly check-ins.
But I think that a check-in is really, I think to Christine's point, it's going to be based on the relationship that one enjoys.
Is anybody else checking in? You checking?
I check in, but it's not on like a regular,
Yeah.
the,
Like, my appointing authority, like, sends me a text message, that's
You have to
between me and my
report that.
appointed authority, right?
Yeah.
But if it affects policy is what you're
That's what I'm
saying.
getting.
So if it affects policy, then we need to report it out, not report it to you, Matt.
But I think that's, again, it's really just kind of dwelling on Christine's approach, like it's fact specific of what posture am I in? Am I just checking in to say, here's an update of the commission's work and my work? Or is it, I'm advocating for horse cannabis today. Can you help me move that forward? And also, I think we need to bear in mind the different capacities of each appointing authority to actually move an issue as well. So I guess that's my takeaway.
I think when we think about appointing authorities too, you gotta think about the person who appointed you. You also gotta think about who holds the position who may not have appointed you. And just think about appointing authorities, generally speaking, and to recognize that the commission, not just this commission, but commissions in this Commonwealth, the design is that we are independent. The legislature made a decision. We want on this particular issue for the commission to be independent, part of the executive, but stands outside the control of the executive. So I do think that the document overall, one of the things, I wasn't really interested, so you guys brought it up, that the document really doesn't speak to that concept. And again, this is the Magna Carta. So I think that you want to talk about that independence somewhere. And in there, you guys are independent. You have your relationships, obviously, with your appointing authority. You may not, because the person who appointed you may not be, right? Right. But the concept of the appointed authority, you still exists.
But I don't know if we need to put that in here because, well, I guess, I think that this is really for our behavior. Are you saying that without this?
You don't have to say appointed authority, Chairwoman. You can talk about you could actually deal with it kind of like implicitly, like talk about the independent nature of the
Maybe
commission.
that's in the.
Yeah, I
You
think
don't have to say appointed
there are
authority.
two things. I think in background, we can add something that says it's
That's
an
what I'm
independent
thinking.
state agency. And then with regard to appointing authorities, I think if you are meeting with them as an executive outreach, then it's covered
Mhm.
in the legislative executive outreach.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to move us to external communications, but do people need a 5-minute break, a stretch?
Yes.
I thought we'd have lunch, but it seems like we've got
5
some
minutes,
time
yes.
for that. So let's just take. So let's get started on that. And again, when the lunch comes, we'll take as much of a break as we need to eat, but we'll try and secure some time to keep going after that. So there are comments here. A lot of it is questions, so maybe we can go through it in that way. The first comment was just that commissioners will work with the commission communications team. There was an addition of in support of commission goals and business so that it wasn't so broad. my hunch is that that's probably okay with everyone. This number 2 is one we should really talk about. So the chair is lead spokesperson for commission-approved policy issues, except for immediately following each public meeting. The chair may designate another commissioner to serve as lead spokesperson. And the comment is that this is a new approach, and it differs from the staff identifying the best person they believe to respond to the request and would require an extra step of checking in with the chair, which could result in a no comment because of tight deadlines. Cedric? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, my question or desire for, some perspective is larger than that alone. So yes, logistically, there could be some challenges. I also want to make sure our commissioners are on the same page with how I interpret this. And so to the point of the current practice and the commission staff assessing the press requests and identifying commissioners to engage on it. To me, what number 2 current says is that those, one, we wouldn't need to, because those press engagements would de facto go to the chair. And at that point, because she is the lead spokesperson for those approved policy issues. And then if the chair was not interested in fielding that press engagement, then to the point of this would designate. So both from a logistical standpoint, how is that operationalized in a time-sensitive manner? But our commissioner is in agreement that conceptually, that's how press engagement should be managed moving forward.
And how are they managed right now?
A member of my team would look at it, assess who brings the greatest value to a press engagement, who's available, and start conducting outreach. So if they receive the press engagement that they identified would be most appropriate for Commissioner Roy, they would give a call to Commissioner Roy, email, Teams chat, explain the press inquiry, provide any high-level perspective on the value of that press inquiry. If Commissioner Roy said yes, they would assess if Commissioner Roy needed support in developing talking points or understanding the issue more closely, and then Commissioner Roy would engage. If Commissioner Roy said no, they would then look and say, is it Commissioner Concepcion? Is it the executive director? Is it Commissioner Stebbins? And then continue to go down the line until they found somebody who was available and interested in the engagement.
Thanks. Commissioner Roy and then Alyssa. Yeah.
No, he answered it.
Oh,
That was
okay.
my question.
All right.
That was exactly my question.
Disruptive new lunch is here, it's in the kitchen.
Really?
Can we even hear?
And
Sure.
Okay.
He says.
you can hurt my soul.
So
Keep working, right?
it's in the kitchen in bags or it's out of the bags, do you know? It's just delivered.
It's in the kitchen.
Is that
Oh,
a,
it's in the kitchen.
are we not allowed to eat in office?
The food is in the kitchen, you say?
Sorry?
You said the food is in the kitchen?
The food is in the kitchen, yep.
Let's
All
go
right,
with the food.
what do you all want to do? You want to?
I'm gonna grab mine and come back, because I have
Doesn't
emails I have to attend to.
You don't die from it, we can eat here.
How do you feel about that? Is it because of what is
Is the masks or?
No, we have signs posted all over about don't bring food or drink into the room.
Oh, all right.
And it was mainly because this is also your public meeting space, and we're trying to keep it clean. So-
Great.
I think we can break the rules today.
This is your room.
And are
Later,
you-
when you
are you
guys tell me
proposing
why
a
is the
working
carpet
lunch?
dirty?
No. Don't make a mess.
Are you proposing a working lunch? So bring it in here and work?
All right, it's up to people. I mean, I'm only one person. I'm just saying it's 1:38. We still got a lot to go on. It's up to you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So we had just begun our conversation about external communications. And we were talking about number 2. And the possible change that number 2 represents. So let's open up the floor for discussion on that.
And just to be clear as a reminder, I have 2 questions. One is about approach, and then assuming we are doing a change in approach, logistics based on that approach that needs to be.
If I can just sort of respond, and I think that this is, one of the things that I think that I don't know if it's necessarily a new approach, it's probably back to the future, it's probably how, things had worked previously where the chairperson was much more central in terms of communications, including after different meetings. I, don't want to be taking away your opportunity, or the teams, not you, but the team's opportunity to make, important decisions. But I think it has to be done with an understanding that, between the executive director and, the chair of the commission under the statute. One of the things we're doing right now that I think is important, and I think it's obviously a response to the 5 years with a different sort of leadership style with the chairman. But there is a lot of sort of clarification, but also ceding of, in essence, power by the chair. And I think that it's important and appropriate to do it. But I do think that there is language in the statute which does state, inaccurately and in conflict with the language that gives the power to the executive director to run the commission. It also says that the chair of the commission runs the commission. So I just want to make sure that any language that we ultimately come up with maintains that understanding that the chair is sort of in a different sort of spokesperson role. I think that probably this is in how it operates with maybe prior, conversations or a heads up. I think that would probably be appropriate. So I think that however this works, with your team to be able to turn things on a dime, which I think is really important to react and respond, very, very quickly. And I really don't like when the response is no comment. I think, I've shared that with you. I don't like no comment. So I think that we can maybe, within this language, find something that both respects, I think, the sort of statutory position of the chair, but also the practical needs for your team.
So I just want to understand that better. I understand that the statute designate the chair to execute on certain aspects of commission business. Are you saying it's so specific that it speaks to press engagement and spokespeople, or are we applying that in this section? And if that is the latter, I would just look for clarity around the conversation of why it's emphasized here versus other sections that are.
I don't know why it's emphasized, because we're talking about external communication.
Yeah, but I'm saying other sections of the charter. So does the statute speak specifically to spokesperson?
No, it says run, and that's.
Yeah, so I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is, I think that where we are sort of as a commission getting to is that, and that's part of what this process is. It's clarifying that even though the legislation is conflicting, and we saw what that conflict did to the commission, not only in terms of staff, but also in particular, how it undermined Sean's role. What I'm just saying is that, I think that we have gone through a lot of conversations with the commission to determine that this is, there are very few sort of areas where the chair is given sort of greater, I won't say deference, but responsibility, power, deference, whatever. One is in establishing the agenda, and the other is being the spokesperson. And what I am saying here is I think that we can.
But where is that from? Where is that originating? The spokesperson language?
The spokesperson language is, I mean, again, this is, you guys, this is, again, I don't know where it comes from. I came in halfway through this process. So, and I don't know whether there's a specific SOP that talks about that. I think that it was the practice that previously the chair was the spokesperson for the commission. Again, I don't know. I'm just.
Not in my experience managing communications. I think there is some history where other commissions withdrew because of tensions in how the chair.
Yeah, I've talked to previous.
And I don't think they necessarily saw him as the primary spokesperson. And in fact, there was a lot of pushback and tension raised because he saw himself as the primary spokesperson. But I don't want us to be overly focused. I don't want to be overly focused on the past chair or the current chair. I'm really thinking about this as the role, right?
Yeah.
And so I just need to make sure we're all on the same page about what number 2 means in managing press moving forward. And I think number 2, as currently drafted, means the chair would be first seat for press engagements and drive decision-making about if they aren't going to take that press opportunity, who is? And that hasn't been our practice up to now.
Let-
I
Let's hear
appreciate you
some.
breaking that down, Cedric. I guess the
Yeah,
fresh
no, that's
perspective, because when I read this, I feel like in the conversation we've had about this section in particular, but my focus has not been on that, on number 2. So I'm glad that you're able to be here and kind of break that down to kind of see what you're reading from it. And I don't think that was my intention when I read that. So maybe we need to kind of flesh that out a little bit more.
I also think like, Commissioner Ward, I saw you on the Rhode Island thing, I was like, oh, that's good, like, that was a perfect segment, and I've seen us do different ones, I know Bruce has done some and Concepcion, so I think how we have it right now, it seems like there's a pool of things that happen, and then you guys either ask us or not designate us, you guys ask us. So I guess I wasn't taking that into account, like the actual process that we have now, but it's been making sense. Roy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't even know how I got picked for that.
I was actually, they reached out to me
Okay.
as the chair. And I think that that's also
You
what
do
does
it?
happen is
Yeah.
that a lot of this does come to me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, if you don't think that this language before that is appropriate, I think that it's sort of, and it's trying to, because I also think that this is a commissioner role. And this is one of the things that I don't think that we should be doing is, if we are to be the spokespersons, it is a commissioner
Yeah.
role and not a staff role. And that the staff facilitates it, but isn't the decision making place. And it's really more the facilitation of how we as commissioners, for instance, I chair the meetings. I also designate, someone to be the acting chair of the meetings. We have created language that designates the secretary in the event that, I don't know, the chairman quits without notice. That's actually an issue that hadn't been entertained before, and it's in here now. So that's what we're trying to do, is to sort of understand, and with all due respect, this is, while it is important for the staff to facilitate, and this is also one of the things I've tried to say, that we as commissioners need to police ourselves. We can't police one another, but we need to figure out how we traffic cop this.
I mean,
And it's
yeah.
the work
Yeah.
and the speaking.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it speaks to the Magna Carta of this, and I think all the interpretations are right, it's just a matter of designation. I definitely, in terms of using commission, in terms of, let me just start from scratch with my thought process. I view that, when I think of the commission, when I read the legislation, when I reach out 55, I think there are 5 members of the commission. That's the commission.
Sure.
And when I think of that, who runs the affairs of the commission, the chairperson runs the affairs of the commission. When I look at the executive, in the same statute, sections down, it articulates the executive director's responsibilities. I don't think the executive director is part of the commission. He's the liaison to the commission, but what he is in charge of the commission staff, who give the support and the resources are there for who? The commission. But I sort of see the commission, it is a 5-person body, sort of like the board of directors
Right.
of the overall entity. But at the administrative day-to-day operations, as well as policy considerations and liaison, deal through the executive director.
I think,
Building this for that.
I'm sorry. No. So I'm saying, to have that understanding, then I think hopefully it gives help.
I mean, I think also, I don't know how commissioners feel, but like, everything I've seen like the last 2 years in terms of, any media that we've been on, shows, things, I feel like it's been very equitable and it's been very appropriate in terms of some of the people's, priorities or passion or kind of availability, so perspective, yeah. So I mean, I don't.
But I don't think that ends. And again, that particular media availability came into me.
Yeah, it's
And I said, I think,
Absolutely, yeah.
I actually said, I think maybe Sean, because he was here from
Yeah.
the beginning and they're just launching, but I
Yeah.
recognize there. But again, I think that this is making sure that there's not sort of, this is commissioner to commissioner rather than, you know what I mean? And it's how commissioner to commissioner, we determine what that is. I don't necessarily think that it's, I won't say inappropriate, but I think we need to have sort of that standard on what that is, and then we work with staff. But I will accept any, go ahead.
I just want to, you said it perfectly, and I just want to piggyback on that. So in statute, was the legislature purposefully like ambiguous because the chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. And you, like you said, the commission is the 5 commissioners. So if you read that sentence again in statute, the chair shall have and exercise supervision and control over all the affairs of the commission. Wouldn't all the affairs include press? I don't know, I'm just throwing it out.
But I think that's part of my point when I asked the question, why there was additional emphasis here, because this is the affairs of the commission.
Right.
But in this particular external communications section, we're going above and beyond to identify the chair as the lead spokesperson.
Of the lead spokesperson.
Which creates a shift in approach and a logistical matter to figure out. Because so for another aspect of this is, there is a strategic communications document that was developed in coordination with the past commissioners. And in that identifies how that higher level strategy of how we identify different press engagements for different commissioners. So we're revisiting that. We're revisiting our current practice, our past practice. And so if commissioners are on board with the chair being the primary spokesperson, lead spokesperson, as being the de facto position inquiries come into, and then designating who it goes to if he or she is not interested. That's one decision. And if you guys are all on the same page with that intent, that's how you vote. Then beyond that, we have to figure out how that is executed, because there's some major challenges on how that would be executed.
Alyssa?
Yeah, I wanted to, just a clarifying question. Is this section only about press?
This is,
Number 2 is not the entire section, but
Okay.
number 2 is about press.
Okay.
no, it also deals with going into the legislature and leading the.
This is external communication.
Yeah.
So external communication 2 is press. Are the other?
External communications beyond press. Number 2 is about press.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand, so we get to,
But then the others include other areas.
okay, that's what I was trying to understand. If the other points are inclusive of all other, well, not all of it, because we covered legislative and government. So this section is about external affairs,
Communications.
external communications that would include press, which is specific to point 2. And then it would include other, like, I guess, social media, so not officially somebody who's designated as press.
Sure. Yep.
And would it be other bodies, or is this meant to be just like press and
Um,
official press? How are you interpreting it, or what was meant here, I guess? Because it might go to the spokesperson. For me, it matters for the spokesperson.
Well, I mean, in some instances, and I'm forgetting where this is, but we also talked about where the executive director is the more appropriate spokesperson,
It's number
in
3.
certain- Yeah, but in certain instances.
Sean, do you remember the
So-
conversation? Because I know this is like a communication, there's always been a thing with us here, but do you remember the?
I'm trying to remember, because I don't know if this stemmed from some of the policy discussions from earlier, where that would kind of be the default. In other words, if the commission has an adopted policy position, the chair would then serve in the capacity as kind of carrying that baton. But it might have been limited as far as the scope, but I honestly, this conversation is illuminating it beyond that for me. So I don't know, I really can't speak to, or I'm trying to recall if Cedric's interpretation was the intent, or is it, this needs to be clarified at this point.
Yeah.
Sean did it again. Well, I was getting, what I was getting ready to say was is that theoretically, again, we're gonna think about another group of commissioners.
Right.
The way I interpret the statute is that the chairperson, as having control of the body, gets to assert that control by bringing the subject matter, say, to the commission. But the commission, technically speaking, if this is a policy consideration, can say, we want Commissioner Roy to, I move that Commissioner Roy is the spokesperson. I move that the executive director is the spokesperson. I move that Commissioner, but this ain't technically speaking. And then, because it's a policy consideration.
Yeah, with 3 votes, yes.
You know, and then it decides. So I think that the legislature, chairwoman, was wisely ambiguous to allow the commission to have the flexibility to decide what its policy is going to be. But I agree with Cedric, that's the practice. I don't know if it was, you know, I have no memory either, you know, being here when we did it, but at least the practice was that comms team did X, Y, Z. The reason why I know, because they come to us as, okay, yeah, what's going on in your shop?
I think also.
Because of Scrum or other things, right? So I knew that was the practice that worked. So when I read it, I said, oh, is there a policy shift? Was there a vote? Was there, that's, so that's how I processed it. That maybe I missed a meeting or I didn't hear it in the meeting where you guys made a decision to shift how you want to do it.
I think we also developed this just because, and Chairwoman, you know, you just got here, but I think it's like, you know, making sure that the chair, if this is the way that the chair is doing it in a fair and equitable way, right? Because the chair position can get all kinds of requests and just say, Yal's gonna do all those, or Sean's gonna do all those. And then other commissioners may not even know that that's happening, and or the chairperson, which I think it was like this in the past, becomes the only spokesperson for the commission. And you're not, you know, that chairperson is not, yeah, you're the chair and you have, you know, but you're not the spokesperson for everything commissions. I think that's the balance
But I think
here.
that it is the balancing. And this is, I mean, again, you know, the Scrum is only a new thing and I never voted on it. And I don't know if it has ever been voted on or just it's a policy. But
Scrum is a new thing. What do you mean?
the Scrum has only been around for how long?
It's been here since, well, I started.
2018.
Well, I was told by another commissioner that.
You mean the policy of how people go?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the policy of ordering and who gets to, and in particular, my concern that about telling a commissioner that if you don't talk in a certain order, you can't talk at all. And I don't think that's, anybody on the staff can tell any commissioner that they can't talk. And again, we have not voted on that and it's been adopted, but I would tell you, I'm not comfortable with how that functions. So ultimately, I think that there's a way that we can, it's just like the language that's in here or other SOPs that has the chair also responsible for delegating work to make sure that someone's working on horse cannabis, someone else is working on horse cannabis, but because we have open meeting law and we can't talk about it, it's working with the executive director to make sure that we're not stepping on one another's toes. It's not that I see this as excluding others. It's the, how do we manage the work? And maybe it's just a heads up. I mean, again, I think that the staff should be making those decisions about on a day-to-day stuff, but when it comes to being the spokesperson, when it comes to working with the comms team, I think that has to be done in collaboration with the entire commission. And I think that it's the role of the chair to work with you to understand. Maybe you think you're equitably parceling that out, or whomever, you get hit by a bus, you're not there anymore. Maybe you're not equitably dividing up that. Maybe there's one commissioner that, you know, you think is a better spokesperson or one who's a less good spokesperson. So I just think that this needs to be, because this is the role of the commission, that it needs to be done in collaboration with either a commissioner or all the commissioners to sort of understand how you're functioning. And that's why I think that I'd like to push back on you a little bit to come up with, I won't say some language that allows for that joint quarterbacking, again, how we allegedly are going to be quarterbacking work, at least on paper here, but how we work to make sure that when you're not there doing a good job and it's someone else, we keep calling the idiot who places us or Sean, or we've used that word, not very nicely, but again, whomever comes in, we have to guard against that next person not. So that's all I'd ask, is that whatever you can come up with in terms of something that functions, that allows the commission to maintain its sort of primacy here, I'd like to
But
work
you're,
on
Chair,
that.
you're talking about, excuse me, Cedric, you're talking about, just so we don't get lost, because there's two issues. You're talking about the chairperson being the spokesperson, and what does that mean? And then you also talked about Scrum order.
I'm saying that we need to figure out how something functions. A decision was made, I wasn't part of it,
Yeah,
that says that there is not only an order, but there's also in essence, and I've used the term muzzling.
So that's a scrum thing.
The scrum is,
That's
the scrum is a bad word. I'm
Well,
thinking
in
of scrum as
terms
the rules that go around scrum now.
But in terms of number two,
Mhm.
Because the Scrum one, Sean's gonna lose his shit, because we've talked about it.
I hear you, but I'm just telling you, I've said to you about the sensitivity that I have
right?
to saying that non-commissioned people can in any way say you can't speak, right? That's one issue. No, but that's,
Yeah,
What?
That has never been a policy by staff.
So hang on, because we're merging a couple of different issues. So what I'd like to do is focus on number two, which is hang on,
Yeah.
it seems to me that there are a couple of issues. One is what I hear the chair saying is who makes the decision, that your point of view is that the commissioners should make the decision about who interacts with the press on what issue. The current policy is that the staff makes that decision. The other piece of it is how, if the chair is to be the lead spokesperson, how does fair and equitable get integrated into that role? And then the third piece that I'm a little confused about is, I think I heard you ask Cedric to create a policy for how that would happen. And so I'm confused about that.
so I'll leave with the last one first. I think that there is a way to have some process whereby we do have some equity in terms of making sure that different commissioners have a voice in public. I think that is doable, but the central issue that I have, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, is that ultimately this should be a commission right and responsibility. And again, as we've gone through this process, the chair has certain powers, whether it's setting the agenda, whether it's determining who will chair in their absence, whether it's coming up with a work plan. I would like to find something similar to that, like the work, like dividing up the work in work groups, like we're talking about with the regulatory reform. How do we come up with something that allows the commission to have that sort of primacy in this area, but respect the job that you have to do? Maybe it's a heads up, maybe it's a what, but I think that I think that this, we need to more fully dig this up a little. Alyssa, go ahead.
Yeah, I found this whole section confusing and I was kind of just like, I'll let Cedric do it. And now I feel validated by the discussion. And I have a suggestion. Since you're talking about roles and responsibilities, and spokesperson is a role, I think that number 2 and 3 are in the wrong spot. They belong under responsibilities of commission chair and executive director further up in the document where it's roles and responsibilities. I also, and that's where you can also maybe figure out what the word spokesperson means, because one of the things I found confusing in this section, and now hearing your discussion, it sounds like you were talking about reactive to press opportunities or reactive to press requests. We
I think
use,
that's what so the moment, I'm sorry,
Oh, yeah.
I'll let you finish.
no, this is where my confusion is, so you definitely clarify, but I was thinking if this is really external communications, YOW is an external communicator, the CIE properly is an external communicator when it comes to, in the GC, when it comes to, like some of notices of deficiency or license. Yeah, and then the executive director is an external communicator on a number of things that might be a commission decision. But that's why I found this section confusing, because to me, and we use press and press releases to actively put information out. And that's where I've heard spokesperson, and I thought, okay, there's someone up at the podium announcing that such and such a license is suspended, or, yeah, so that's where I got confused. And so what was the intent here? Is it all about scrub? Is it all
But
about?
it's also about in front of the legislature, or, you know what I mean?
When we
It's-
originally discussed this was because we were coming from that legislative and executive outreach
Okay.
conversation. And now this conversation has jogged my memory.
Mhm.
When I read this and we started developing this, my mind was, okay, we went through this process, we have a policy, the chair is gonna go to the state house or wherever and bring forth.
With the executive
this.
director, yeah.
I did not read this, or if that was the intention, that's not what I agreed to
Mhm.
in terms of the way that we interact with press, because I see that as a form of muzzling. I see that as an inability to sort of get my message and priorities out, and I don't agree with that.
That's how I read it that way, and that's why I wanted to ask. I read this as, again, I'm picturing very static. And this section to me read as very responsive. So it maybe as a cold read, I just give you that feedback.
That's helpful.
Go ahead.
Other commissioners?
I have a question. So how do they come in normally? Is it through the general mailbox?
Press box,
Press
typically.
box? So like 9 out of 10 of them probably come in that way? Okay. So like the Providence thing, you got, so that went directly to you?
It went to, I believe it went to you and Tara. It went to both.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I know.
Okay, and then what happened from there? You couldn't
I
take it?
sent an email to Tara and I copied Sean saying, since they're looking at the launch of a new law, you should pick who's
And you
best
didn't wanna
suited
do
for
it.
it. And I thought it was Sean.
You were sick?
Yeah.
And then it came to me.
So yeah, Tara then reached out to me and said, who do you think would be the most appropriate for this? We talked about it. We reflected on your recent press engagement on the supply and demand and said,
Oh, yeah.
you make a good splendid engagement.
Okay, so that kind of worked, I guess. I would say that kind of worked, because is there a way to take that one off and kind of like, with that, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, in other words, so if the chair worked with you guys to just talk about, we got this, who do you think is a good fit? Does that work? I don't know, I'm just
So,
throwing it out there.
Yep, so that's where we get into the logistical part, which
Okay.
I still think we need to resolve for intent. But just to fast forward on the logistical part, Tara may get an 11:30 a.m. press inquiry.
Right,
Because she's managing other work, she may not see it till 12:25.
right,
And it may be due by 3 p.m.
okay,
And the chair may be in the meeting, the chair may be the chair may not be looking at her email. And so what happens
she's on
in that truncated amount of time where we have to reach out to Yao and get members of his team to inform us on some information. Make sure that we are putting some thought process and perspective into it, looking at past commission history, looking at what's happening at the jurisdiction. There's a lot of work happening behind the scenes. Then engage with the commissioner, and as
Prep.
you know, prep,
right.
that's a lot to now introduce the chair into that management of it.
Yeah.
You know what I think might be helpful? Maybe just a notification. I think just notice of something, again, we're talking, I think, different things here. And I think that we're talking when it comes to sort of official, and I think that the conversation we primarily we're having, and I think that we're maybe conflating.
Yeah.
But I actually think that it would be good to notify the chair or possibly all the commissioners. Because one of the things that I have seen in practice is that we're not seeing stuff until we get the press clippings. And I'd like to know that someone's looking into this and that someone's talking about it. So maybe it's just a notification.
Sure.
Because, I don't want to be the last one. I don't want to be the last one to know. I'd like to know that someone's inquiring about this. I think it should maybe come to all the commissioners.
And I just want to make sure we're balancing incidents versus practice. Because right now we have a chief communications officer with some of these examples you're relying on was on bereavement leave, while the director of communications was out on maternity leave. And we have a press secretary who is doing her best to navigate with limited support from the staff level. we're also talking about another recent incident where the press gave no indication that they were actually writing the story. They requested if there was an update, we said there is no substantive update, and next day, boom, there's a press story that's relying on other. So in that matter, normally, the process is to update impacted commissioners. But in some things may have happened as a exception to the rule because of circumstances.
I have a question, because you're suggesting that there be notification of all the commissioners, and I'm just wondering what the scale of, like, how many press requests do you get in a day or in a week?
It depends. It can be a low press day where there's nothing coming through, or we might have 4 or 5 press inquiries that come in on the same day.
So is
And
that,
so I think it's something that's absolutely manageable, and we
Right.
do typically notify the impacted commissioner. To expand that to notifying all commissioners from our end, there's no difference in what.
I just want to see if people want that, because I don't want people to get jaded that, oh, it's another press, like, is there some,
Oh, right,
because
right,
then
right.
you get so many that you don't read them.
Yeah.
So is there kind of something that rises to the level of, this is something that we should send to everybody?
I just want to say something about the layer piece, because oftentimes the press is asking things over in my shop.
Yep.
It takes a lot to gather. It takes a lot for comms to gather information from us, not because sometimes the person who has the best information, the lead investigator on a particular matter, the press is asking about is out in the field. They're literally at the facility looking at plants, right? So we got to get a hold of that person. And it's not that we don't put administrative record in dynamics, but it's just, like most records, there's a summary of that. So maybe a particular question that lead investigator or someone assistant lead investigator may have, and then trying to find me and stuff like that, and I communicate with Cedric. So there is a process. So I can see Cedric's concern, because every time you put a layer, that means there's a layer on staff. So we always got to be mindful that every layer, at the end of the day, the staff pays for that layer. Because now if there's a time constraint, meaning the deadlines for this inquiry, that raises the pressures on us, right, to meet that.
But assuming there's a statement that goes out, copy us on the statement.
Right, I'm just saying that I can understand the concern just while we're talking, just that these are
You
real
know, I don't want,
consequences.
but I don't want to read about it in the paper
Right.
the next day, so I can work 3 days later.
So Chairwoman, I do support your, as I said, and I think Commissioner Roy agrees about the commission advice, stuff like that. That's why I wanted to start up there, because it seems like some of these things are, again, I just want to make sure, not that Alyssa likes SOPs, but to the extent that, we're trying to, it sounds like we're trying to address issues right now that may be different, again, for commissioners later. And I came in here with the thought process that this is our Magna Carta.
Yeah, right.
So if this is our Magna Carta, then how do we identify what works for you today? But speaking about external communications, generally how it should work. In other words, let's be comfortable
We gotta take the emotion out.
be comfortable with broad language that gives you flexibility, and in terms of specifics, work with the executive director to figure out what works for you. That's
That's a good
my
point.
suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's why I found this section confusing. I still find it confusing. I can, in looking at this and hearing the discussion, I can already discern, or I could sort out 4 different SOPs that you guys are talking about for different channels of communications. See, I'm validated again. And so maybe there's something here to take those rules, figure out, put them in the section on rules and responsibilities, figure out again, if there is that sort of maybe policy piece is what you're talking about here, not process. Because again, that Magna Carta idea, how people will read it, and maybe it's more a general statement here that this is how we will act in terms of media, follow certain procedures. But as I read this, it didn't capture the richness of what you guys are saying you had discussed.
This took a long time.
Yeah, Commissioner Roy.
Is there a way to
Christine.
satisfy all 3? So we got from Tara that you guys sent out a release on the hot latent thyroid,
Mhm.
right? So you didn't really need to consult any one of us, the commissioners, because it's about the hot latent virus. So, okay, so then you guys move ahead, you get out the release and you send it to us. Great. So we get it before we read it in the press. So secondly, if the other thing you said where it's time sensitive, right? They call you at, Tara gets the email at 11, they're on 2 PM deadline. So maybe if it's time sensitive, then you guys gotta move ahead. But maybe the third option is when it's not time sensitive and it's one of 5 that you're gonna pick, then maybe consult the chair. If it's not, I don't know, is there a way to satisfy everybody's needs at this table? Saying if it's not time sensitive and it could go to one of 5, how do you determine that? If it's no commissioner involvement, the HOP variant, whatever, don't consult us. And then when it's time sensitive, you gotta just move.
So I think on number one, that gets to the point Susan made, and it's really up to commissioners, whether or not they want that level of updates. Because it starts to become white.
A lot.
noise.
Liz always saying like a lot.
And
Okay,
then you don't know which one to pay attention to.
yeah,
And so what we have traditionally done is say, does this raise to a level that we think there will be significant commission perspective? There will be, it's a novel issue, or it's uniquely impacting our equity mission, public health and safety, et cetera. And we feel commissioners need to be aware of this going forward. Because a lot of our responses day to day are to routine, mundane information that you would say, why is Cedric sending me another email about insert?
Cannabis.
Regarding, I'm sorry, what were the other two?
yeah, and like on the hot latent viroid, if somebody got sick,
Mhm.
like we'd want to, then we'd, like,
Yep, yep.
if somebody died or got sick because of the
Absolutely.
hot
So
latent
that's how-
viroid, like, we'd want to know as commissioners, right?
Yep.
So, and I guess I'm not asking you to send us all these emails, but maybe on the ones that is, if she's supposed to oversee the commission affairs, the ones that aren't time sensitive,
So
and just,
that's where I'm looking for commissioner intent,
Right.
commissioner perspective, because that's not for me to call. That's for
Right.
commissioners to decide if from their perspective, the chair is making those calls, because that then, I look at this as who's not occupying the seat today, but maybe someday.
right,
And I have real life experience to say there are people who will attempt to hog the publicity, to be the key face, to,
right,
regardless of what the subject matter is to be that SME, that expert. And so I have to assume there will be other chairs who take the same approach. And in finding that balance, how do we ensure that this is something that remains strategic in nature, equitable in nature, that allows staff to use that subject matter expertise, to use that historical knowledge, and make a recommendation and work with commissioners to support for the most effective response.
right.
That's the
Kind of,
high-end broad
just kind
language.
of.
That's the high-end broad language. And then-
Christine and then Commissioner.
Yes, but I was going to ask him,
Okay,
so that was good, thank you, Sarah.
I'm one, Christine.
Yeah, just super quick. I mean, I think I've been reading this kind of more press related in a way than, this, because of Alyssa's point of there's so many different channels of communication that we have. The thing I would just sensitize people to, and I think we maybe have talked ourselves out of notification to everybody, but it's just the public records implications of notice and things like that, and associating commissioners with certain stories. I would say Cedric might agree with me that press-related public records requests are very close siblings. Like, sometimes somebody else did a story and some other press folks will then put in a public records request, or somebody in the press is thinking about doing a story and they'll start with what we call a press-related public records request. Like, it could happen in both directions. So you do want to minimize the amount of communications that are going around these things. And so I think Cedric's team has been really sensitive to that in terms of how they communicate. If you put on his list, he has to pick up the phone and call 5 commissioners in that window. That way he doesn't create all the public records, but then that's a time suck for him. So I just would.
But can I ask, how is
Yes.
this, if we're already sending out a statement,
Right.
how is that a greater burden on the public? And again, nobody's picking up the phone calling you. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't think that's, I really think that it's just sort of notice. When a statement goes out and there's an article being written and we don't see it until the press clippings or until we're asked about it, you know, in some other forum. How do we kind of get that as commissioners? Advance notice of what the public
Sends its message.
That's how we usually do get it,
Yeah, we do. I mean, I feel like,
before it's released. I usually,
Traditionally,
I mean, I've been here 2 years. I feel like, Sean, the only thing that you have not updated us on is Lorna's death. You know, for whatever reason, right? But I feel like a lot of this stuff is working right now. I think the real question that we have here, and I think we're beating behind the bush here, or hiding behind the bush, is is the chair's position the person who designates who talks to media? And is the chair position the approved spokesperson for approved policy issues? I think that's the real conversation here. Now, to your point, which I appreciate, it's not about us, but we do have a little bit of emotion in it because we've all gotten our asses kicked on something around something. So I think that it is real that, you know, Chair, you've gone through hell and back with this stuff, right? I've gone through, you know, with it as well. Ava, you know, Bruce and Roy, like, we've been in it, you know? So I think that's the real thing. Do we as commissioners feel and think that the chair position, I understand the regulatory statement, do we feel that the chair position is the person who's gonna, you know, 5 inquiries today? Hey, one's for NPR, one's for Rhode Island, one's for West Springfield, and one's for Brockton. You know, do we feel that the chair then picks up the phone with Cedric's team, you know, on a daily basis and says, okay, give this one to Ava, give this one to Yao, give this one to Bruce, give this one to blah, blah, blah. You know, like, I think that's the bigger practical question
and I'm
of
also
it.
making this last regardless of who the chair is.
Yeah.
So being mindful in the worst case scenario
Right.
versus the best case scenario.
Right, so I mean, I
Yeah.
think, and that's why I say, like, I haven't had, you know, there's some stuff that I get and I, you know, very honestly, there's all the equity stuff comes to me, right? All the social justice equity stuff, I'm like, I'll say, no, ask somebody else. I'll say to Tara, you know, like, oh, Commissioner Camargo, they came in for you. And I'm like, thank you, tell them no. We all speak about equity. I've already did something last month. Let someone else do it, right? So like, those are natural things that happen in public safety. See, people are gonna think that you're the only person that could speak to public safety, you know, but the chair, you can too. So I think I think for us commissioners, we gotta decide that, but also take the emotion out for future positions, you know, so I think that's the real big question here. Is the chair's role, the person who's gonna now designate who talks to what media outlet, you know?
So I don't think that that's even I don't even think that that's necessarily it. And I think maybe I'm conflating what we were talking about in terms of the legislative process. And,
Yeah, it's
you
two-
know,
it's two-
it's
yeah.
two different
It's two
issues.
different issues, but it's in
The
here.
way you're talking about it now, like that,
But-
policies that we've got.
But the only thing I was just saying is that it is again, I think that it's also just, my sensitivity is, as a commissioner, I don't want to be told I can't talk.
Yeah, but see, that's
And-
the same with the chair as well. It's like, I don't want to be told by you, Ava, you can't speak on this, even though it's a
But I
priority.
don't, but I'm just saying, I don't think that's what's.
But in writing.
But
yeah.
yeah.
I have a suggestion.
In
It
writing.
sounds like there are four, at least, hopefully not more than any. Let's say there are some SOPs. Maybe we all,
He's got a fifth, yeah.
maybe we all look at them and then derive the policy
Yeah.
as opposed to the process.
Mhm.
Does that make sense
Yeah.
to go on? Because I think we're going over and over.
Yeah.
I think we all get it. And I don't hear the chair saying, no, I want to be the primary spokesman
No, no,
person
no,
for
no.
everything and gonna muzzle everybody else. So again, I think we just need clarification and let's take a look at the SOPs and derive the policies, the policy level that's important.
Yeah, but is that, like,
So I think this is really good feedback.
Yeah.
Like, this is exactly
Thank you,
how
thank
this
you.
process should work, is that you're reading it for the first time and you're giving us a sense of what the words actually look like to you. Yeah?
I think there's 3 layers. There's the SOPs that derives the policy. And then from that, you decide what's going to be, how we're going to handle external communications. In other words, broad language that's neutral, gives you flexibility to create the policy. And then the SOP speaks to the day-to-day. So I think it's 3.
Yeah, but are we actually being real right now?
in what way?
Like, I hear like a lot of conversation, but like, are we gonna, like, the practical piece of this is the question in front of us.
I hear the chair saying she doesn't want to, she's not demanding to be the spokesperson.
I'm not
that gets
demanding
the
to be the
call.
spokesperson. My head been wrapped around this, and again, I don't think we were really talking about this as a press issue, but it was really just keeping it consistent with the other. Chair is no longer considered the person who runs the commission. I think that, you know what I mean? I think that we have clarified that, but there are certain.
No.
No, but my point is that it was being consistent with the other parts of this, that this document that we've been working on, that in lieu of, right? So I'm hearing a lot of, good feedback. I've raised, I think, what my sort of fundamental concerns are for all commissioners. And I think that there's a way to work around this that is, that keeps the comm staff at the center working and making sure that this is equitably shared with all commissioners. I just want to make sure that we have noticed, when there are things that are going out, that this is equitably divided, and that in the future, we have some policy that is similar to what we have done in other areas that recognizes what I do think, is sort of in law right now, but we're changing that through policy. So I'm probably not being as clear as I should, but I think that I've heard a lot of good feedback. I'm literally not saying I want to be the spokesperson. Or the
You're
chair
okay-
should
you're
not be
okay with
the-
not, you're okay with, so can we, Susan, do you want to keep talking about this, or are you trying to get us to go back?
Sure.
I'm kind of thinking that there's too much change to wordsmith, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that if we look at what I heard you say was that the way it's working is working well. I also heard the chair say she wants notification,
Yes,
but
with
we have to,
enhancement of
but we have to
notification.
figure out a way, and maybe the SOP already says when notification should happen, because you don't want a flooded email box. So I think if we have a chance to look at the SOPs, we'll be able to redraft this
It'll
section.
be a SOP development. There's a strategy document, not a SOP.
That's what I was
Okay.
saying, that's what I was saying.
Strategy document.
We do have an SOP on rapid and planned
Yeah,
communication.
rapid, but we
But I
have
know you don't.
typically applied that to kind of
That's the
staff,
norm,
agency
exactly.
communication.
What it is, and we do have some on the media.
Once developed, we vote on that. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, this sentence number 2 where we started, are we taking this sentence out? So Chair, are you not the lead spokesperson
It
for
seems,
commission approved policy issues?
So we're gonna vote.
I think 2, 3, and 4, because there were problems with
We're gonna work
3,
on-
there's problems with 4. So I think
I just want to make sure.
we're kind of taking those out and redrafting completely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then who's gonna, because I heard the chair say, Cedric, you work on it, but then I also hear us saying it's a commissioner thing, so who's gonna work on it?
What's the it?
2, 3, and 4.
Oh,
Well,
language?
we're gonna redraft,
Okay.
right?
okay.
The point of this meeting is to get the feedback. We got really important feedback, I think. And so we have to go back to the
Okay,
drawing
okay,
board.
okay.
But we're gonna do that with better information than we started with, because now we'll have the benefit of the SOPs and the strategy document.
Again, we're not writing this thing. We're taking our feedback and we're gonna
Yeah.
get back together as a.
Christine?
We spoke about a lot, so I just want to make
Yeah.
sure we're
Yeah,
clear,
yeah.
because like Sean says, we re-edit our work every time we come in here. So it's just really understanding this and understanding everybody's perspective on it, because we were talking about legislative approved issues versus any media inquiry comes in, so.
And I guess I want to make sure in that, focus on legislatively approved, policies, is that about going to the legislature, or was that even about speaking to the press about those approved policies?
Yeah. I
I'm
think,
glad you guys are here.
I think the rewrite I'm catching is both in defining audiences,
Yeah.
defining what you're talking to and what purpose. And then, for me, is exactly what Commissioner Morrow and Susan just said, is that are those bullets 2, 3, 4. What I found confusing here is who is talking and to whom. So,
Yeah.
going to those pieces. And then we can,
We've been talking to ourselves.
yeah. I can see how that. And that's why I can see like there's stuff in here, I think you all understood from your discussions that when I read cold, I was like, I don't know who's talking to whom, about what.
Yeah.
Am I
We
buying
we
podium?
also haven't gotten to 6, which is all commissioners may speak on behalf of the commission on items that have been fully vetted and approved.
Yeah,
And then they're questioning operations. And again, I'm just worried about muscles, that's all. So
and
we
I got
can
confused by
come
that one
back
too.
on
You're
that.
just worried about muscles.
Muscling, because I don't think that's
I
appropriate.
think
And
that's-
however we can do that, it's, again, that's for us now, but it's also for the future.
But is 6 unclear? Like I was
I
curious.
found
about.
6 unclear. In light of 2, 3, 4, I found 6 unclear. And then when I look back at roles and responsibilities, I found it, again, confusing. Like speaking to whom and what. Also thinking about the executive director and the chief communication officer. Like I said, I just found this whole section confusing.
Yeah.
And on,
So do
and I
Okay,
think,
good.
Yeah.
I think that
Intention met.
I don't want to skip 5, but since you mentioned 6. I also, the thing about 6 that confuses me, or I think, not necessarily confusion, but need additional clarity, is what about the circumstances where a commission has adopted a position, but a commissioner sits outside of that established position?
Oh, yeah.
Are they allowed to speak in their own, from their own perspective and identify that they're speaking on their own? Or are we saying, to your point, you're now muzzled to speak against that adopted
It's
position?
now part
So
of
I think we had that conversation, right? Because I think what I understood 6 to get to is when the commission votes on something, that becomes a commission decision. And so all the commissioners can speak to any audiences about those decisions. And I think we had the conversation that even if the vote was 3-2, it's a commission decision, whether you were in the 3 or not.
There's a
Right.
real example of that, right? So social consumption sites, I was the lone no, right? So if I go out and speak, I say my own capacity, like I voted no, I was a lone commissioner to vote no. So I would say in my own capacity, right?
Yeah.
Is that appropriate at
I
that
think
point?
it's appropriate, but I think that's a decision that you make, that's a
Right.
conversation.
Okay.
That's
because-
absolutely, that's absolutely appropriate. And I mean, I think that that's also part of the, that's where we don't want to, let commissioners not speak. Well, I mean, whether they agree with the stated policy, but they need to clarify, and maybe that also needs to be clarified, a little bit. And then 6 is also all commissioners may speak. This also, brings to mind again, sort of practical. I get a press inquiry. I alert the comms team. I don't hear back. And that happened once. And so I should be able to, if I'm trying to follow up with something in a timely fashion, these rules should not say that I can't, because I notified people, I said that I wanted to respond, I wasn't able to do it quickly enough, and so I did that. I don't want, if any of the other commissioners have a question, I think we all have to, and I don't think we've fully vetted notification to others, and I think we've got to do a little more work on that as well, and we're not talking about that here, but this is wrapped up in some fairly complex issues that we have to all work on that are based on both trust, but also a set of agreed rules that we're all working with our fellow commissioners to be fair and to be transparent. So Alyssa.
Again, I find this section and all of your discussion today to be very reactive, as if press is calling you. We have a strategic communication strategy, and I think there are times where you might want to call, or Cedric might want to say, we're not going to respond to this. It's stupid tabloid or whatever. We're not going to respond to it. It's sometimes the strategic communication is no comment. And so I think that I would recommend incorporating that when you're talking about press, and maybe that's something that's a policy, maybe it's your SOP. The other piece that's being reactive is, say in 5 years, there's some commissioners here who maybe they have their own press contacts or they have their own external contacts and they want to do their own outreach. They're not going to be responsive. They're going to be active. So I think you guys have been focused on this muzzle, or at least some of the discussion has been focused on muzzle. How free range do you want your successors to be? How free range do you all want to be? So I think that's the other piece that I would encourage you to look at, of how much can you go out and create your own news?
But this
We
is one
have
of the
that,
things
we
that
have that in number 12.
Yeah,
Like, if you look
this
at
is
item
something that
12, that-
I think
that
we
gets
still
to
need
that.
some clarity
Yeah,
around that as
I,
well, but we did talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it says it's in their own personal capacity, but you could have a commissioner who's like, I'm gonna tell you something on background in my role as a commissioner. Because we're friends at the club, or I'm gonna take this news opportunity. I don't think 12 covered that, again, from a cold read. And I know none of you here are doing that. Nobody would ever imagine doing that. But think about your successors. And I mean, to Cedric's point, he has history, not just in this job, but I'm sure we all have it in our other jobs. You get somebody who, by malice or innocence,
Mhm.
is making news. And again, I think that's just something to address that I didn't see here.
And to, along with that line, and maybe it's implicit in what Melissa's saying, there are times where the press include a commissioner or send something to a commissioner. I think Marva spoke to this just based off of what their chair is, their seat is, or their personal relationship with. When that happens, I think there's value in that commissioners discussing. Is that something that the commissioner feels is their press inquiry because it came into them? Or is it truly a commission press inquiry that landed in their mailbox and they should give it to the press team to then distribute without expectations on that it goes back to them or a specific person? I think there is some good clarity that could be used there.
I think we have,
Got a lot.
Yeah.
We have some work to do.
No, we have more.
You got some-
Yeah. A lot.
All right.
no, the feedback is good. It's very helpful. It's changed my.
Yeah, hopefully
opinion on things.
two minor points. One would be, there are those instances where we have some sort of concurrent jurisdiction with another agency. So Cedric has to coordinate and have enough time to be able to do that. It might be in those circumstances that the other agency takes the lead on something, and so I just want people to be mindful of that. On 13, sub C, my recommendation would be that we just struck out sub C. So my counsel in consultation with the Attorney General's office would be that commissioners are not using their personal social media accounts for any official business. Because, and I can give you a memo on this very thing. So I'm okay with D because I think that integrates the caution that I'm trying to express here. But I just wanted to take a temperature check. If people are really wedded to C, maybe I could talk to those commissioners about some of my concerns offline.
And
So.
I'm sorry, for my own sake, can you please explain your concern or question around C again?
Yeah, I mean, my recommendation would be that commissioners use commissioner social media accounts for official business and not their personal social media accounts. Like, in other words, I think the risks, from a legal perspective, I think the risks are too high
So,
and not worth
Just so
it.
you know, right now, and that is by
Yeah.
practice, not by any policy.
Yeah,
There are no official commissioner social media
Okay.
outlets. There's only the commission's social media outlet, and then not all, but commissioners may elect to have their own personal social.
I think added context would be helpful here. The
Okay.
reason why that was included is because I'll speak for myself. I
Sure.
have personal social media accounts. But I'm also aware that if I utilize it in a way that I'm speaking on official commission business,
Yeah.
that information can be used, in an official manner. Like someone, right. So it's more so to help, if we're looking at this as a guidebook or handbook for commissioners present and future.
sure.
What kind of mechanisms or what kind of advice we want to give them to make sure that they're given some kind of pointers on how to proceed and operate in that space.
Yeah,
So like I say on my handle that my opinions are my own, this is my own personal thing, but it's just laying it out so that other commissioners are aware that that's something to also put in place so that it's not confused
yeah.
with being an official commission position.
Yeah, I mean, so Cedric and I have developed a kind of an orientation for commissioners on this, and happy to kind of, do that for any commissioner that comes on board or if people want a refresher. What my concern would be is that if somebody, and this has happened in the past with the former commissioner, is somebody started attacking that commissioner on their personal social media account, and that commissioner wanted to basically ban that person from interacting on the forum. But the advice we got from the Attorney General's office, was that because that commissioner had been using that forum to talk about things related to her role, that she couldn't then limit speech, right? And so the advice was that she had to take her entire account down for a period of time and then kind of basically be clear when it came back up that it was just for matters outside of her role as a commissioner. So I just wouldn't want you to be in a position, I wouldn't want anybody to be in a position where they have to do that. So that's kind of the advice that I would give in that regard, so.
So in a practical, I created 2 new social media handles for myself that are just commission. When I'm done on this commission,
Okay.
I can either turn them off or change them to something new or something like that. Because I didn't want to use my
That makes
personal,
sense.
right? You and I
Yeah.
talked about it in the beginning. So
Yeah.
I have a commission. I call it my fake Instagram and my fake Twitter. You know, it's all fake news, you know, sometimes I use it to put things and I use my LinkedIn to talk about the jobs at the commission, things like that. But I think to your point about muzzling, right, like social media is how people communicate, right? It's how we do press releases, it's how we talk, how we build within our own community. Even as commissioners, right, I've gotten to know people because I haven't seen them in 2 years. I've gotten to know people on social media, you know, they'll send me messages, they'll send me articles, they'll send me reports, they'll say, hey, you know, I know you mentioned this, but let me correct you on that, right? I'm always getting checked on social media. But I would say on a practical manner, then if we wanted social media as official business, we would need, you know,
Yeah.
every commissioner that say they want Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and then someone to manage our social media from here and sit down and say, hey, this is what I want to talk about for the next 6 months on social media, or I want to post this, or I want to post that. So I think that we have to, like, and again, we're thinking in the future. You know, I'm not saying that we're not hip as commissioners, but we're not the hippest on social media. But we got to think about that because social media is real and we do use it. So I don't know.
The other part of this though is just to make sure that like Commissioner Camargo's opinions are not conflated with my own or that of the entire commission because they exist. My Twitter exists, her Twitter exists, but her opinions are not my opinions and my opinions are not that of the entire commission.
I get it.
So we're making sure that it's set down that make sure, you know, you're labeling that this is your individual opinion and you're not speaking on my behalf.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
just for the record, if we do go on the pathway where there are official commission.
You're about to lobby us for a
social
whole new
media,
team.
I need some budget, I need budget.
She said it, I was like,
But no, that's just more why it's there. It's there for true, like, also so people know that's hers and hers alone.
Yeah, don't get mired in industrial age thinking for the information age. We can get bots. All right? We don't have to hire people.
Wait,
All right.
see Drake's behind. There's regulations.
I mean, your point is.
To a whole nother level.
I mean, listen, your point is well taken. Yeah, your point is well taken. It's also like, let's be honest, there was former commissioners who used social media as a weapon at times. So I think that's also, you know, we're reacting to other commissioners. That is not my problem, you know?
But it is worth guarding in the future.
Absolutely.
Because you're right, like, social media, just like, again, it's a government. So it's laying down how you're gonna work. So I think it's all good discussion and good insight.
But this is also one of the things, I think we need to do, this is part of like my point of doing regular trainings on conflict of interest, regular trainings, because I think, because I'm sitting here thinking, you know, okay, yeah, Twitter, yeah, but I like things. And now I'm sitting here going, if I like something, you know, and that is a statement, and I hadn't really thought of it.
That's true.
You know, and also, you know, LinkedIn, I'm just getting bombarded, you know, with people from the cannabis industry. And normally I've been much less judicious in not taking that. But I had a good conversation with Ally and she was very helpful getting me to think through this stuff. But I realized that there's still some things that I don't understand.
You can do auto reply, which is what I get so many people reaching out to me on LinkedIn, auto reply and.
There clearly needs to be a social media training.
Yeah, no, I know.
Here's what I'd like to do. We've got, we've got 50 minutes left,
50?
5-0. And so what I'd like to do is, I think we got a lot of good feedback on external
Actually,
communication.
there's an important number 5. We never touched number 5, and I heard the chair reference some pieces that I think there's need of conversation on. So on number 5, the chair noted, commissioners being muzzled and, a hard policy where they are disallowed to speak to the press if they shift the order. I think some of the conversation we just talked through is really relevant here because there's a rationale for that approach, right? Commissioners aren't muzzled, commissioners aren't forbidden to speak to the press. However, within the staff facilitated press scrum, there needs to be some parameters because of some of the challenges we've seen in the past and the likelihood that other commissioners will continue on. And so spot 2, spot 3, spot 4, spot 5, all have different impact on the person who's engaging with the press. And so one of the things we're looking to avoid is one commissioner or 2 commissioners directing that impact on their peers. And sometimes it may be very innocent or unintentional. Other times it could be targeted and coordinated. And so if our commissioners need to really think through, are they comfortable in a situation where others would them being first, where they didn't intend to be first. And so we were really looking to create a system that disincentivized people from making those decisions that could intentionally or unintentionally harm another commissioner based on the order of the engagement.
Right, so
So-
my only response to that is that still can happen, and I don't want to, you know what I mean? And so this is, again, I don't think that we should be substituting, you know what I mean, the judgment of the commissioners. And the fact is, someone could decide to not, because there's a controversial issue, I'm first, I'm not gonna go.
Yeah.
And then I'll go and I'll talk, you know what I mean? And this is also why I would actually, I don't even think it's for here. I think this is something that the commissioners, at least I haven't been a part of this decision-making, and I'd like to vet it a little bit more in a different setting, if that's okay.
What's the setting? I just want to make sure.
You know, again, and Sean does not want us to do this and that does not want. Sean highly recommends that we not do this in a public meeting. But I just want to give pushback that the one thing that I just don't think that we should be doing is telling anybody, you can't speak and you may, see, what I would do is if I were gonna be playing games, okay? And I were going first, I would say, I'm not gonna go first, or I'll go first and say, I'm opting not to speak to you now. If anybody wants to call me later, here's my number. And I could do that.
Yeah.
And so there are lots of different ways that you can game. There's literally just one scenario. And so I think that we can sort of work this out and figure this out, and maybe it's having more conversations with you, but there are plenty of ways to game the system, and some ways to game the system could make it more difficult for you to manage.
So, but what I'm explaining to you is that we have gamed out those different scenarios. This is the pathway that makes it most manageable for staff and protects commissioners with the greatest support and the least likelihood that gamemanship plays out, because we have seen the gamemanship play out. And so it's not about staff telling commissioners they can't speak, because you can still go and engage with the press in your personal capacity after the scrum, if you see fit.
Then that's the answer.
But then in the context of the scrum, you're making a decision for that person who was second or third. And so if you're going to make that decision for them,
But that's still happening.
Let's create.
But my point is, you're not taking that away.
No, but I'm lowering the likelihood because there are consequences.
It sounds to me like the shared goal here is less gaming of the system, protection of the commissioners
And
and the commission. And so it just sounds like there may be differences of opinion. I mean, your point, I understand you've stated, is who makes the decision about who speaks and when. And I think there's a history. So I think if the commissioners want to speak, we can set aside some time, so it's not in public as part of this mediation to discuss other options.
Yeah.
What we have in the charter is fair and equitable, and so there's an assumption that the current process is fair and equitable, and if the commissioners can come up with a way that's more fair and equitable, then that would be a decision
Fair
point.
enough. Kim?
Yeah, no, I had brought this scenario up last time. So where's the schedule go first? And I'm scheduled to go third. And I have a family commitment. My daughter has a concert.
Mhm.
I say, is there a way, can I go first and you go third? And if both parties are 100% happy with that, we haven't doesn't impact anybody else.
That's not necessarily true, because then we're carving out really specific situations for it not to impact other folks. But even then, it actually still impacts the others, because the press see you guys as an archetype when they're running, right? So they may see Commissioner Stebbins and another commissioner having overlap that could answer the same question, right? Are you not following?
I'm not.
No.
So, all right, just purely as an example, I'll use two commissioners for an example. Commissioner Stebbins speaks to workforce development for equity quite a bit. Commissioner Camargo is the social justice chair, what people see as an equity chair. So there are questions that press may be interested in asking Stebbins or Camargo, but not interested in asking you. So now, if Stebbins is you're first, Stebbins is third, Camargo second, they may only be planning to ask the question to Stebbins and Camargo. When Stebbins swaps with you, you go first, the equity question never gets answered, and Camargo gets slammed with the hard equity question. You two just impacted her press day.
Good job, guys.
I think we just need to have some additional conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
But the same thing could happen if he drops out. I don't want him to scrub. She's gonna get the hard.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
I'm
preclude
saying
it.
there's
It's not bulletproof, so to
consequences
speak, from that, you know.
there's consequences that make it less likely you will do that if you're really interested.
I'm gonna throw a wrench in this.
Okay,
I didn't see a problem with the way that we've been operating. Like, I still don't, but I understand that you guys have your own concerns, the two of you. I just still don't see this as being a major obstacle for us in the way that we operate and the way that the Scrum is sort of developed and operates. I feel like this is the most equitable you can be. It's in alphabetical order. It
I agree.
continues to rotate. It is what it is.
Yeah.
All right,
But
I'm
then-
gonna table this because we're not gonna resolve
we're gonna
this.
table it
And,
again.
Okay.
I know.
I just,
Bruce,
how you doing over there?
All right, so I'm gonna ask you, because a lot of the other comments that are on this page are self-explanatory. I want to move to page 6, which is the roles and responsibilities of the executive director.
Hey, which one type, what's that, 6?
Page 6, yeah. And so,
You always like the end, and we always beat you up. Hopefully you don't.
so one of the comments was the addition of B, that there was nowhere where it just stated that the executive director directs, manages, and coordinates all staff work through the leadership team and department heads. So is there a sense that that should be added?
Looks good to me.
And then there are other places to add in consultation with commission leadership. Again, this was where the general comment that we used executive director as sort of the entire administrative agency. And so this gives a little more,
Can you limit your authority, Sean?
I didn't look at that one.
Yeah,
she's asking about B.
So I'm just wondering if B limits your authority. What's your thoughts on
You're
that?
saying if it limits?
Limits his authority, so he can't
It says directs.
directs, manages, and coordinates all staff work in the leadership team. So you couldn't directly go to a project manager.
Yes.
I see what you're saying.
I would say with rather than through.
I just don't want him to be limited in his authority.
So is with better than through? So
Because it feels like it's not direct, and that I think that his authority is fairly, I won't say absolute, which is a bad word, but I think that he has authority at all levels of this organization to manage people, processes, and functionality.
I agree. I see.
That's what. I think
Yeah.
that's what
We
it
should
says.
have that authority to go around. Yeah, it's just a word.
I was supposed to say joking about your addition last time. Letters.
So we fixed it, so now.
Limited by that.
See, I just give you more.
All right, E, Chair O'Brien, did you have something on E?
Well, again, I think that it's in consultation. I just don't want to, I don't want to be
Just not
limiting.
the end, just take out the end.
You understand what I'm saying? Again, I don't mean to, I don't know who put this forth, but I'm very protective of the executive director having as much authority as possible.
Along, yes, this might just be something then to add for a couple of these. If we were saying, the executive or director works with or through, by with, you can also use by with through, leadership team and staff. That helps with a lot of these. Instead of trying to specify. Or it could be, again, something that starts at the top. Because I recognize what you're saying now.
Mm.
And I had a problem with I as drafted that could just be solved with a standard clause for a lot of these, that is, by with through staff members.
H was simply just wrong kind of construction. There are commission laws, so the laws of the Commonwealth and the commission.
Susan, on that one, I just Ya's point about making it a document for the future, I think we need to say applicable federal and state laws, because
Yeah.
we are currently bound by some federal laws, and we want to build it for years to come. Could I say something about is you want to give the executive director authority to channel Erica, since unfortunately Kim is not here with us, hires, disciplines, and fires. The executive director should have all of that authority. That's traditionally held by an administrative head.
Did you say disciplines and fires?
Termination.
Terminates, thanks, Deb.
Thank you.
And I can, I think also too, like in that line, you should note that there's a human resource, there's a personnel manual, and things like that, there's, in accordance with the commission's employee handbook and, applicable laws, you could do that.
Should there be something about for Sean to have authority to negotiate with the union? I don't see anything about that speaks to union here, and I'm wondering if you need that authority expressly written in there.
And they're coming for you.
Sure, yeah, but I also want to, in that though, preserve, negotiate is one thing, and in the past, the commission has
Ratified it.
So I think there's that
Yeah.
division of labor that's important as well.
I do too, yeah.
He may not want to have himself in the direct line of fire with Mage.
So should we add something for negotiating with unions?
Would it be a natural,
Part
a
of
new
I.
J, or is it part of I?
I think you could say,
Maybe
you could say something like hires, negotiates, disciplines, and terminates union and non-union employees, et cetera. I also think too, in that one, I have to think about it a little bit more, but there's a lot packed into I with consultants, agents, and advisors, so we might want to pull that
Separate
out.
those
Okay.
out.
I agree. That was the problem I had with them. They all have different processes.
And then, I think related to that, Christine, the handbook I'd also reference as a result, CBAs.
Right.
So like,
Yeah.
speaking of those kind of governing documents.
So I can, if this is okay with you, Susan, I could work with Sean to provide you with some language there.
That'd be really helpful.
Okay.
So you basically have confidential employees in union. So I don't know if we need to like, let that out in this document. I just,
Yeah, I think that's like union document.
yeah.
I had a question on L, proposes annual short and long-term goals. Because we have a whole section on executive director goals and we call them strategic goals there. So, which there's a question about. So maybe we can just put a pin on that one and whatever we use in executive director goals, we'll just put there as well, right?
So in there, if I could, is that Sean has a critical role in helping supporting legal in responding to litigation. So I just would want, there is a mention of litigation elsewhere in the document, but I think I would enumerate that among his responsibilities. And obviously, Sean and I are very well aware that a pleading is a form of external communication and that that commissioners have to get notified in terms of how we're conducting ourselves. But oftentimes, I have to work sometimes somewhat quickly with Sean to respond to things. So he needs to have the authority to support legal in that space.
And there's an addition of other relevant staff. Is that okay with everyone? And then N, we just took this because it was in treasurer testifies before joint ways and means, and the question is why only ways and means? So might it just say testifies before legislative committees, including joint?
Well, I mean, I think this is also the point, I don't know if it was Commissioner Roy, but it could be federal, you know what I mean? It's not, it's federal, you know, public,
Yeah.
legislative or regulatory agencies or something like that. I'm not
And then seeing the relevance, I think here I would still bind me to commission policy. Like, in other words, I shouldn't be testifying about this is what the commission thinks if the commission hasn't actually declared its thoughts. And so I should still be bound by the commission.
Okay. Should we put that in here or have we already put that in other?
Well, I think
Parts.
we just bolstered the executive branch outreach to include.
Right.
So this,
Right.
I think we can pull from all those areas. I think. I think here, the reason it was raising me though was to your point, Susan, on the budget.
Right. Right. That was the budget context.
Okay, so another major function is, so we're adjudicatory, but many times, well, we've never done that. So I don't see anything, so you work with Yao and his team to come up with an enforcement action. So like Northeast Alternatives or the one that's gonna come before us, that's a major role that you play in the punitive measures that are handed out to a licensee and we vote on it. So I don't see that anywhere in this language, that function that you perform, so we don't take it to an adjudicatory level. So I don't know if we need to stay silent or we need to speak on that. Here.
I do think you're speaking on it when you identify 38. When you-
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay, sorry with the math.
No, and Samuel has already yelled at me. You have in various reasons, the reason why I like this document,
Yeah,
because I think you guys did a really good job in identifying 38. So, like you said earlier, Commissioner, you haven't had a hearing yet.
Right.
Let me strike that. Christine hasn't had a hearing because that's in her shop. And you haven't had, with the other commissioners, opportunity to decide whether or not you like what the hearing officer said. So, but you identified it here. What we do, which is going to be another discussion, we can have a discussion during the regulatory piece, the way you guys are getting our particular matters, there are some process issues, but that should be outside this discussion. So what you identify is another discussion.
oh,
But you did, but I'm glad you did identify
Yeah.
that that's showing intuitiveness. But I have to talk to Sean to see what the executive director is comfortable. How do we evolve given our initial practice. We gotta remember we were startup, so there's certain things we did because it just made sense
Right.
when we were just at the beginning. But, you know, like certain prejudices, I thought that's where you were going, like, you know, kind of that's where you're going, where you realize it's not. I think we make a decision on the IDR and we're just rubber stamping it. But what if we don't agree? And we see all these particular facts that those could raise some issues, but that's another discussion at another time. But to the extent that overall you're identifying administrative actions or enforcement actions, you are in various places.
We are.
You really are, but there's particulars though that need to be,
So like, we don't have the words 30A in here, administrative action and his function.
oh, so you would want,
That's what I was trying to.
Where does it?
oh,
So you're right.
No, no,
You're
no, no,
exactly
no.
right. But I don't know where we
Got you.
speak to
Yeah.
that in
okay.
here. And should we speak to that? Because it's a super important function that you guys.
I think maybe Christine
I
could
would
help us.
say
with
yes.
that.
Yeah, I think.
I would say yes, but I thought that, and I would agree, by the way. I would say, so I would say yes, but I would say, don't be fearful. Even if you didn't get it right here.
Right.
There's that record you did. get
It's
it.
in place. I just,
Yeah.
but like Alyssa keeps saying, think 5 years ahead, think ahead, like, so the next ED or the next chief
I agree.
may say, oh, no, executive director, this is my call. You have no authority in that process. So that's
Right,
what I was.
I think Christine's gonna have a
Yeah,
suggestion.
so one thing that's really important to keep in mind is that our informal process before the suitability review committee is not a 30-day process. It's a regulatory process. It's not,
Right.
okay? So we, you know, in the traditional sense of you have somebody who say had a license and there was a order to suspend or revoke their license, okay? So I think we could build in the executive director's role in the informal, in basically receiving a recommendation from the suitability review committee before something comes before the commission. I also, too, to your point, I do think it's worth noting that the executive director has a role in when the hearing officer conducts the hearing and makes a recommended decision. So the executive director, in consultation with the general counsel, then brings that
Okay.
before the
Yes,
commission.
none of this
So
language
I'm
spoke to
happy
any of that.
to, yeah, put language together with Sean on that. The other thing I would point out here is that I think we all recognize that Sean has a really critical role in being a repository of a lot of expertise here and has a role in policy development. I think it's important to understand that implementation of the regs is a form of policy development. And oftentimes an executive director has to have some discretion or authority in that space because he can't go back to the commission each and every time on an implementation issue because the commission then couldn't potentially function. So I think you need to give him some discretion beyond hopefully we catch those things in terms of delegated authority. But if we haven't captured it, he still should have some flexibility in that space around advising and implementing or guiding implementation. So I think that needs to be in there too, so.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And maybe Yal, you might be able to answer this too. So I'm looking at G, and in terms of the delegated authority.
Sure.
Isn't the suitability a part of one of those
Yeah,
delegated authorities?
It is, but I think, to the extent that we want to kind of call out, you're right.
Yeah.
Do you want to it's up to you. Do you want to fold it into that?
So the one thing that I just want us to keep in mind and be mindful of is that that can also be taken away as well. And we review that, the different authorities that we've delegated to our executive director. So I just want to be mindful of if we put something here that speaks to a delegated authority and we want to make a revision before this is revised, there's going to be a conflict there. That's sort of a rub that's being created.
It's a great point, and just to kind of add on to that, is how does that delegation document, is that incorporated here by reference? So do you want to incorporate it by reference or not? So I think we've tried to anticipate areas of delegation, but it's not a perfect system, right? Because we don't necessarily always know what we're encountering to dealing with, so.
Right.
Just to clarify too, I think Commissioner, your point on suitability, I don't view my role as actually making suitability determinations. I make suitability recommendations. So the commission ultimately continues to contain or retain the authority to make determinations.
Oh, okay.
I would process suitability questions or concerns in order to make a recommendation. But to Christine's point, as far as the SRC, it's ultimately even to provide a recommendation to you. We may question suitability. We may make a predetermination as far as I'm inclined to make a recommendation that you be deemed unsuitable. We'd like you to come in we invite you in for a conversation. But ultimately, it's a recommendation made to the commission. I just don't want anyone here to think that I've usurped that authority when.
Yeah, we all see the commission as the ultimate decision maker on suitability.
No, I understand that. I think I was thinking in terms of delegated authority in general too, or just making sure that we're not sort of being overly descriptive of things that are not necessarily,
Yeah,
the executive director's role, but what we've kind of given him through that power and
yeah,
process.
yeah, no, it's a fair point, which is, and it may be part of my review is going through that document and saying, oh, interestingly enough, that's also in, like Alyssa's doing with the SOPs, that's also in this document. That might be a worthwhile exercise. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I didn't think about that when I was saying,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And I think that piggybacking from Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Consortium, your statement about when you said the phrase to be taken away, the reason why I like that phrase, because you can't take away from the executive director his powers to enforce the laws of the Commonwealth, as well as the commission regulations that's written in the statute. So you can't take that away. But you are correct about in terms of policymaking considerations, and also in terms of framework of the suitability process. That phrase has a difference. That's something that you, with the consultation of financial, the executive director, can make a decision on. The initial commission made a decision on delegating to the executive director the right to make a determination, that recommendation to you. Delegate to him the process to make that recommendation, because the commission technically can do all that by themselves, but that's not reasonable, right? So they delegated that work, if you would, to the executive director, who then created a process on how he wants it coming to him, and to send the ultimate recommendation to you, because we say layers of recommendations. Our recommendations to the executive director recommendation to you, so we use this word recommendation all the way up to, and we use the word determination and recommendation also up the chain, but the ultimate decision maker is you for license.
Ratification.
Right. So I don't even want to use ratification, because when it comes to the suit, that's your powers. That's an ongoing power. That's your heavy.
Qualifications for license.
Yeah. And suitability is a big commission decision that you never ultimately relinquish. It comes at the beginning, normally through applications and stuff like that, but once the licensee is a license, they still have ongoing responsibility. So that, technically speaking, it's not something you've ever relinquished. It's just that you have because you never relinquished it, you're not watching it every day, right? So you have delegated that to the executive director.
So my question was more around administrative action. So like Uxbridge, the tier says he's a 4, he's operating as whatever, a 10 or whatever. So when you hand out those sanctions, right? So it doesn't get to the adjudicatory level. You work in concert with, so you and Yao work in concert together to devise those sanctions, which are then recommendations to us.
Yes.
So my concern is around administrative actions that the next executive director may be at loggerheads for the next chief. And the chief is like, this is my authority. This is under, and to come up with these sanctions. It's like you guys are a check and balance on one another when you come up with these sanctions that we have ultimately approve. So my concern was that if we don't put anything, then somebody could, that's a lot of power that could be put, even though it's a recommendation, it's not the final say until the commissioners approve it. So that was my concern with it not being addressed in this document. Christine?
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner, in a traditional licensing agency, the executive director would have the authority to make the call. So like,
Not traditional in any way.
Yeah.
We're far from traditional.
She said it.
We're just not traditional.
yeah, I mean, I think, so like if Sean, say our person in his position didn't want to sanction a licensee and the executive director did,
Yeah,
the executive director would have the authority and staff would fall in line in that regard.
that needs to be expressly written, though. That's what I'm trying to get at.
You know, I think part of what's going on in here is, so, you know, you got a couple of 30A experts in this space. Steve is one of them. I'm one too. I mean, we could write a lot here.
Right.
But, you know, it's not necessary, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. A lot of this is established either by statute or case law. And so, you know, I think I'd defer that back to you and say, what do you really feel like you have to write into this? You know what I mean? Which is to say, you know, do you feel like you have to anticipate for every scenario in that?
Well, like I always say to you, like when you still might, like it's our names on the licenses, right? And like, so there could be stuff down the road with the Lorna thing. We don't know, but I don't know.
But I'm reading some of these bullets, they're either vague or broad enough that it could be incorporated. So
Okay.
for instance, has delegated authorities from the commissioners to execute and implement the commission's policy decision. Your policy decisions are your regulations. And then I think back to Commissioner Concepcion's points, there's certain delegations in there that are explicit about, like in the regulations, there are explicit delegations as
Right.
well. Then as a separate matter, as policy choices at public meetings, there's that kind of spreadsheet that exists around actual delegated delegations. Those two things have been merged together into sort of one complete document. For instance, the ability to take summary actions
Right.
is in regulations. The ability, try the other actual explicit, not inside the regulations, but delegated choices. Agent registrations is a separate delegation. It's not in regulation, but it's still been separately delegated by the commission. So I'm reading that as really broad, but I think to your point, if it's worth spelling out explicitly.
Is it for you? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean,
Why would we not? Why would we not?
it could be an including but not limited to language. I think you could delineate some things, but make it clear, this is what we're referencing when we say delegated.
Yeah, but I think that we can note it.
Because I think to your point, Commissioner, it is a
Been very
major
inclusive on a lot of
function of
things.
even just the day-to-day.
Huge function.
Why would we not?
We're not even-
Well, the language. that
Commissioner,
goes
I
in
think
there.
a lot of your concerns too, and I
Delegated
think that's
authority.
one of the good things is going to go through the regulatory process, you're gonna, when you start looking at the various sections, I think some of your fears are gonna be allayed, because I do like your instincts. And that you're looking at successor people in the city, and so I like your instincts, I don't want to discourage those instincts. But I do think that we should keep the language, one thing that you caught that I didn't catch, but I think that we just identified as a bullet and just keep it broad.
Broad,
Mm.
right,
30
exactly.
And then it speaks to a Sean's,
Exactly. I
yeah,
agree with
but I
that.
don't want to think,
I don't want to get
get
it
too
in a
specific,
box.
because that puts it in a
Right,
box.
right,
It messes with the process that we have.
right, exactly.
Be mindful of the time.
Yeah.
I think that we've got some pretty good clarity, and that when we sort of put together the final language on this, I think that we've got some good.
Right, and I think Christine and Sean will give us some language for that. So,
Sorry, I didn't mean to, I
Yeah.
want to make sure we.
yeah, that's okay. So,
So, is it, so. Move things forward.
Yeah, let's just take 10 minutes, and there's one more item that I think would be good for discussion, which is on page 7, the executive director goals. And it had to do with the word strategic. And so
Which one, page 7?
page 7, executive director goal. This is sort of the last one that really needs conversation. The rest of the comments are things that we can walk our way through. And so just open the discussion about the word strategic. Melissa, would you like to say something?
This one, for me, the word strategic has a particular set of meanings, probably the same way that, yeah, Christine, executive director, look at 38. I recommend striking it here in part because most of this document is not strategic. And I think before you guys start to say strategic, it's a question for the commissioners and executive director, and maybe then discussion with department heads. Do you want to be a strategic body? For me, a strategic body is one that you're looking at ends, ways, means. You're looking at our mission statement and we're building 5, 3, 10-year plans. You as a body are coming back to that in some of your public meetings. It's a business intelligence thing too, quarterly update on, we don't have revenue, but it would be on like progress towards goals. It's time consuming, and it's a different approach than your predecessors took. It's a different approach that you're taking, at least I see this body taking. It would mean sometimes not being responsive to the urgent questions that are coming in. In some cases, it means putting the urgent aside for what you think is important. It's a hard thing to do, and that's why I think you guys have to talk about, is that the body you want to be? Is that the body you want to tie your successors to be? Because it's also perfectly fine to be a regulatory agency that looks at regulations, interprets regulations, issues licenses, shapes the future of the cannabis industry through regulation. And that doesn't necessarily have to be strategic. And so because that word had a particular meanings to me, I got a degree that says I'm a master of science and strategy. So that word like went for me. And it matters for, I think, all of the department heads' jobs. If you decide you want to be a strategic body and you define what that means, it changes how we operate. It changes some of the things you have in here. And if you decide it's equally, like I said, it's equally valid to say we are a regulatory body and this is what it means, or we are being somewhere in between is really, really hard. I don't recommend it, but there's a whole spectrum you can take. I didn't know if that's something you guys talked about what do you want to be? Who are you now? But that word to me meant a whole lot, and it would guide the way I work with my fellow department heads, and the way I would approach what you have in this document. Easy way to, I think it's a important discussion. If you want to have it, I certainly think it's awesome. If you don't want to have it right now, I would strike that word.
I don't think we should have it right now because I think it's a bigger discussion.
It's huge.
And I don't know if anybody else agrees with that. But I see, I'm almost, when I hear you, I almost feel like you're saying that there's a lot of mission-driven stuff that I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around. You know, whether it's equity, whether it's, you know, the success of what is, this is a conversation, so I'd like to have what is equity? Because I've had conversations with you, Cedric and Celia, and not everybody's supposed to get a license. That was like an eye-opener for me. And so that also says to me, what is success? If that's one of our central missions, then I don't know how we measure that success. And I wanna dig deeper into that. That's a longer conversation, but I don't think we can handle that.
Yeah, and
I just want to say it's fascinating to me how you responded to that word, because we had broad-based, and I think Commissioner Roy, you were like, no, broad-based just sounds too big. Let's put something else. And so we came up with strategic.
We narrowed it to strategic.
Yeah. A simple answer,
Yes.
I don't know why we felt the need for
like I said,
an adjective
yeah.
before goals.
You also
We
don't
could just say goals, right?
Yeah.
Or you could say lawful.
Yeah.
Legally based goals, like honestly.
Fun at a party.
You know what the answer to that is, opposed to
But this is also where you can see, and
Yeah.
I can see even in this document that our, you know,
You can just
where
say-
you stand is based on where you sit.
Right.
And I sit with this background and I sit with this in my job description. And so that word is really important to me, and it doesn't mean the same thing to everybody.
Right, and that's why I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to say that, because different eyes see different things. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you.
Could I kind of just piggyback on that is, you know, I think we all always need to harken back. I mean, I find honestly law both freeing in part because of its clarity, you know, because we really know exactly what we need to do because we have laws and we can see what the parameters are. I would say something like develop goals that further the legislative mandates and mission of the commission, because really what we're bound by is not the mission. I mean, the commission has agreed to be bound by a mission statement, but really what's prefaces that is our legislative mandates. So I just would want that to be added there.
Okay, Thank you. So we got to, I think, what were the critical items. So thank you for all the participation. I just want to say a little bit about next steps and ask a couple of questions. There is a preference, and I think everyone agrees with this, to have outreach to department heads. And so the question is, do we do that on the next version of this, or do we do this? Yes, okay, so I won't ask any more. Legal review also. Christine, do you feel like you could do a legal review of this now and then whatever
Yeah,
sections
absolutely.
get added? Because
Yeah.
that's gonna be a critical part of the revised version as well.
What's your timing, Susan?
We can talk about that.
Okay.
So I have to figure that, I have to think after this meeting. Usually I'm brain dead by the end of the meeting.
Why?
Yeah.
Why would you be?
And so the other piece is just that I will work with everyone here to prepare a revised version of the draft that'll be track changes. So that we can go over that and get the version that I guess will then go to department heads in some fashion for additional input. So we've got at least 2 meetings to go before we finalize
Because we
this.
tabled a bunch of stuff too today.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna try and work with Alyssa on the external communications and with Cedric to get some text to put in front of you, so that we're not starting from scratch. Not the show. So that's kind of where I think we are. Yeah, comments?
Yes, just a process question. I missed it and I apologize. And in terms of, because you said at the beginning of the meeting, and I think it was a quick decision, so I had written it down looking at this when something occurred in terms of reaching out to the next level in our various departments.
On a revised version.
Yeah.
So
What's
that's
the
good.
plan? I think, right? What's the plan and how are we delivering it to them?
And so that's gonna take some work, because in speaking with the different people had different ideas about how best to work with their teams. And there's no reason to say cookie cutter approach to work with each team. So when we have the revised version or while we're preparing that, we'll talk about what the best way to deal with the rollout to department heads is. Because some people said it should just be a meeting of the department heads without the leadership. Some people said it should be with commissioners. So there's a lot of diversity of opinion, and I'll put together some options and we'll sort through those. Okay, anything else?
How did this meeting differ than your previous meeting? Was this helpful?
This one was productive.
Okay.
This was very helpful,
Okay.
in my opinion, on a number of.
That's subtle.
One is, as an outside observer, it seemed that there was really good communication happening on some issues that have been difficult in the past, and an ability to talk through some issues. So that, I observed that. I don't know if you all felt that, but it seemed that there was good discussion on complex issues. I think having fresh eyes look at a document that we've been rambling over is very helpful. I mean, just that last example of what does the word strategic mean? I mean, additional eyes always makes a better document. And so I think we got at that. So I think it was a very productive, helpful meeting. I hope as a participant, you feel like that as
Well,
well.
it's also like, yeah, it doesn't matter now, but it also makes me feel like I wish you guys were at the table here in the beginning. That's no fault or anything, that's not a criticism to anybody, but it's just kind of like, we went through so much as going through this document, and Sean tried to really bring in Sean was like all of you at some point. He was channeling, all of his team and his staff, so I just think about it, we put so much pressure on you, Sean, right? Like, throughout this whole process. So it's just thinking like, we've never done this. We've never been able to hear you. Like, I'm so grateful for you. You know what I mean? Because it's like, shit, you have a lot of experience, a lot of information. It's like, why aren't we doing this on a regular basis? On a big picture, right? Yeah, like, thank you so much, Christine, always thank you, and Cedric, right? But I think this is a big lesson learned. And I also think that there was a tension point for everybody in this room, that it was like, oh, what's gonna happen? How are we gonna feel? They've never been with us. Are they afraid? Or, all this little sort of emotion that I think we were all dealing with, being in a room together. So I think it's great, you know, and it was normal back in the day to do things like this is how you hash things out, right? But now it's like we're trying to figure out this new normal. So I'm just appreciative of the process, for us, but also, you know, moving forward. So I just want to say thank you and thank you to everybody.
Yeah, and I want to just echo that and thank all of you. This is really highly productive and informative discussion. And this isn't the end of the discussion because maybe like it should have been done 5 years, like, you know, like you said, it's evolving and you guys built the plane in midair. And so now how do we fine tune it? But we're gonna have checkups on this document, right? So it's not like we file it and it's, you know, Magna Carta, like forever, never touched again. So it'll be what we say, year, 2 years. So it's a living, breathing thing that will be cared to and tended to as we evolve, continue to evolve as an agency. So everybody's input was so valuable today, and this was highly productive. Thank you all.
I would say, I just want to say quickly, one, I was impressed by, the document, and I really feel like it's at the edge of the executive director to Susan that I came into the meeting really feeling good, in a good place, and what happened today further enhance those promotions. And I'm also prideful because I still think that we're a startup. We're 5 years old, and you know, I came from another commission that's nearly 100 years old, and they're still dealing with issues that, because they didn't do this, that they're still, Sean had a meeting with my former employer, but they're dealing with certain issues that's in the statute that was drafted in the 30s. You know, so, because they never did this.
Yeah.
So I just want to compliment the commission that not every commission does this. So this is really, I like stuff like this, so. But I just want to say thank you.
We
Thank
can
you
do
for
this on
inviting
an annual
me,
basis.
you know.
And Chair, thank you for lunch.
Oh, no, you're welcome. Well, I told Susan we'll be her full employment client, so if we can figure this out,
Yeah.
I'd like to do something like this on an annual basis, but that's up to you, Kristen.
We just discussed a contract extension, so I'll tell Steve to just.
Oh, no, it's done.
It's done, okay,
With
all right,
the Hefe,
I see, okay,
or by this document, the soup Hefe.
all right.
Good job.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks again.
That's a cheer for you.
I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
The second. Oh, Bruce.
Hearing no comments or discussion, I'll take the roll, call the roll, sorry, it gets to the end of the day and I can't talk. Aye, Margot. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. All of, the vote is unanimous and we hereby are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.